Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
On Saturday, the lineup was insane. We had RFK Jr. come out, and I posted that video. So if you missed that, that was, I mean, fresh out of the oven. I was right there with RFK Jr. in the room, and he was telling us about the Trump transition. And if you missed it, long story short, with RFK Jr., he brought out one of the means, Casey or Callie, I can't ever remember who's who, but brought him out, and they were talking about the transition. And the big takeaway on that from me, well, a couple of them, but one, RFK Jr. said in the room that they're wanting to posture this, the health crisis in America, with the same level of seriousness as COVID. Right? Not like we're going to be locked down or anything, but remember how COVID was like almost like a military-ish response, the severity of it. We realized, oh gosh, like everything's going to change. That was his perspective. He said, we need to treat the health crisis because it's killing more people than COVID ever did. And it's killing young people. It's making everybody super sick. And so the urgency with which he spoke, RFK Jr., was incredible. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. And
I had the microphone set for the setup with my earbuds. I forgot.
And there were a bunch of health people in the room. There's about 350 people in the room, and it is a room of some very high-powered people. I'm a tiny little peon, small fish in the room, but some incredible people in there. And a lot of them are in the health space, huge companies, right? $100 million companies in the health space. And they were just thrilled with RFK Jr. They're like, oh my gosh, finally, we're going to get some real health in America. It's going to be great. Then they talked about bringing in, he said, they're out raising money right now. So the question to the room, if you missed it, was, what can we do to help you? He said, we just need money, man. We need to raise money. They need $10 million because their plan is to hire 600 people. And he said this specifically, they're going to hire 600 people to come in, and they're going to fire 600 people who are going out. So he says, we're going to walk in, 600 people are gone. You're all getting replaced, and we're going to get staffed up for that. So they're working on building that team right now. And it was just wild to watch that all happen. It's like you're sitting in the room as they're talking about their plans. It was great. So I posted that. If you missed it, it's not the greatest video. Okay. I'm just kind of recording it on my phone, just kind of hanging there. And, but I thought it was good. I thought it was fun to share. And if you like that, I also recorded the Tucker interview. So I don't know if it came across as good quality, if you guys enjoyed it, or if you want to listen to Tucker, but I also do have the Tucker interview, so I can upload that. It was about 90 minutes. It was great. Again, obviously Tucker's outstanding, but we also had the other person who was there was Jordan Peterson, man. So we had RFK Jr., Jordan Peterson was there for about an hour or 90 minutes. And then Tucker came out all on Saturday for morning session, lunch session, evening session. Go, oh my gosh, sitting here thinking like this is my at all. It was right after Membos, but it was wild. And it's not a political group at all. It's an entrepreneurs group. It's a marketing group, really. It's just like a conservative fest over there. And there were people in there who weren't real happy about it, but the conversation, I think, calmed them down. Even RFK was like, relax. If you have TDS in the room, he explained how that is not a necessary situation to live with. So it was just great. And I had a ton of fun. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, all right, cool. I couldn't tell if the sound came through well or whatever. So I'll upload Tucker today. It was great. He was there, and he was talking about putting people in prison for drugs. He's like, everybody should be in prison for drugs immediately. And Joe Polish is a recovered person, and he's like, oh, you know. So it was an interesting conversation. But my friends, thanks for letting me share that with you. It was a ton of fun. So I'll post that. I've also got some ideas that are coming out of it. So I signed up for another software suite that I think is going to be cool. So we'll be rolling out some features here, and it's AI related. And so it's going to allow us to bundle all of our videos, every single video we've made. We've got over 6,500 of them. And we'll have all of the documents that we've ever covered. And ideally, we'll have all of our links, everything we've ever talked about, bundled into an AI package that is pretty sweet. So I'll share it with you. I've been playing around with it. I was tinkering around with it last night, and it'll allow us to, I think, search the archives for everything we've ever done in Touch. And it's going to be very cool. So working on that. Thank you for your support. You being Membos helps to fund those endeavors, because that was kind of a pricey software suite. But I think it's going to be very cool. And especially for those of you who want to like dig into the weeds and see the documents and ask questions about the documents. Like, in other words, after the show's over, it will sync with the AI, and then you can say, hey, where that, you can actually request the document. It'll serve up the document and ask questions about the video, and it'll parse through the files and stuff. Anyways, super cool stuff. I'm excited. Thanks for letting me indulge a little bit. It's really cool. I was playing around with it. It links to the sources. It'll link to the video. It'll link to the documents. Just ask a question. Hey, you can ask a question. Hey, what's the latest with Kari Lake? It'll link to the videos, right? Here's what Rob said. Here's the documents. Crazy. So we're working on it. Anyways, I'm excited about it. Hopefully you're excited about it. And it's fun. It's got some other bells and whistles too. Like, you can ask me questions. It's kind of like a clone of Rob. You can ask questions. What does Rob think about this? Or what do you think about that? Or whatever. And it'll pull thousands of hours of video footage to compile those answers. Anyways, all right. Super fun. But we've got business to attend to. So that's where I was over these last 3 days. My brain is full. Feels like I got a full exercise. Met some awesome people. Got a bunch of follow-up meetings scheduled. And so that's where I was. Thanks for coming back after our extended absence. But we've got some business to attend to today, my friends, and some fun stuff. That was percolating over the weekend. And so let's get started with this one, because this is pretty great. All right. So starting with this woman.
She's hilarious.
You can see Kamala insiders are furious with the results of the election. They were promised something different than what they got. They were told it was a margin of error race. It was very close. All these celebrities like Oprah and Beyonce and everybody was here in support of Kamala, and it was going to be her victory. She was going to win, but now she didn't win, and people are wondering why they were promised a bunch of things that didn't turn out to be true. And now we're learning that people like Oprah were paid $1 million to show up. We thought, oh wait, this is some organic introduction. Everybody just loves Kamala out of nowhere, is what they were trying to tell us. We knew that was not true at all. We knew this was a facade from the beginning. We called it AstroTurf from day one. It was this big climactic bubble that they had because they were in a relationship with Joe Biden for so long. They had a fresh new face. They got all excited and giddy, but they realized it's not any better. So then it all came crashing down. And now you can see there are fingers being pointed. People want to know what happened. And why did Oprah need $1 million to show up? I thought she wanted to save America. Why'd she have to be paid? Are these expenses for the production, or is that her profit for getting her to be an endorser? So we've got reaction on it and more. The media still trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Even Charlemagne's like, what? How many people voted for Trump? All right, so lots of fun, but this is the big one. This woman is just reeling, shocked. Said, I was promised a bunch of stuff, and I went out and I raised millions of dollars. I gave people my word that I had inside information and I knew where this was going to go. And turns out I was made to be a fool.
I mean, I'm not on anyone's payroll. I'm not beholden to anyone. That's why I'm here telling the truth. I'm not here to gaslight anybody. This is just the truth.
What is the truth?
The truth is this is just an epic disaster. This is a $1 billion disaster.
Yeah.
Actually, it was $1.018 billion, I think, right? There were 20 million or $18 million in debt.
Right.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
and I
wow.
raised millions of that. I have friends that I have to be accountable to and to explain what happened, because I told them it was a margin of error race. I was promised, Jen O'Malley promised all of us that Harris would win. She even put videos out saying that Harris would win. I believed her. My donors believed her. And so they wrote massive checks. I feel like a lot of us were misled. And even on the night of election night, I looked somebody in the eye and I said, are we going to do this? Are we going to pull it off? She told me yes. And I asked somebody else, like, how are you feeling? He's like, we're going to win Iowa. And I was like, what?
Do you think, did they believe this going in? Was there a real sense of false confidence on the side of Kamala Harris? Or did they know they were in store for disaster?
I was wondering about that. I was like, I asked them, are you privy to internal numbers that I am not seeing? Because I study this so carefully and I just wasn't seeing any basis for that level of confidence. And I also want to remind our viewers that, the Trump campaign was touting all of these incredible empirical data weeks before election night. What Harris is touting was the door knocking. She didn't say anything really about early voting. Now I know it's because there was nothing much to say.
Oh, just got obliterated. So that's what we were observing. We were watching all of it. We're like, these don't compute. Hello. What are you talking about? Like 6 months ago, they were talking about replacing Kamala as the vice president because she was so terrible. She flamed out during their primaries. She's failed at everything she's ever touched as the vice president, has done nothing meaningful at all, and can't talk or think or answer anything substantive. And so we're all watching going, what? Remember their DNC? Remember the lunacy there? And how hysteric they were? They called it joy. Like, you're hysterical. It's not joy. You might need to take something for that because you're losing your marbles. And now she got duped. Many of them got duped. And I think it's bigger than that. I think there was some intentional deception and misleading to try to raise money, to try to grift off of the whole campaign. I mean, if you show her the numbers, she doesn't make the donations. She doesn't go raise millions of dollars. So they don't show her the numbers. No, we're doing great. And I watched some of those Jen O'Malley videos that she posted on the interwebs. They were great. I was like, wow, this is next level cope. Like, well, no, I mean, the early vote totals don't matter because Puerto Rico. Okay. So they were having a hard time on that. Now, Oprah obviously had to get paid $1 million because what? She's like, well, Kamala, huh? Yeah. I mean, maybe. Bucks, woo, that's a lot. So Winfrey also appeared at the Philadelphia rally. She got paid $1 million, according to a report, coming after a star-studded town hall that she hosted. And I can't imagine she's paying, like, that's not for production costs, right? That the campaign pays all that. She shows up as the talent. Winfrey also appeared at Harris's final rally. Says, we're voting for values and integrity and $1 million check. We're voting for healing over hate and direct deposit. Now, but Winfrey wasn't the only star the Harris campaign spent big money on. Look at this. She also had to pay Call Her Daddy podcast. A source familiar with the matter told the Washington Examiner that the Harris campaign spent 6 figures on building a set for Harris's appearance on the Call Her Daddy show. Yeah, okay, that room cost $100,000. Okay, what is that? A $10,000 chair? What are you talking about? The interview came out in October and was reportedly filmed in a hotel room in Washington, D.C. Oh, it's a hotel room. So they paid someone $100,000 for the set. The campaign also spent up to $20 million on swing state concerns on the eve of the election. A performance by Alanis Morissette could have happened. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? The campaign had 7 swing state concerts. They brought John Bon Jovi out, Christina Aguilera, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga. I wonder how much they got paid. Money can't buy you love or a good candidate. No. Advertising's pretty important, but it was all fake. Hilarious, right? We saw it. We were watching it. We're going, how does anybody believe this at all? And they all did. Or they all, I think it was just an excuse, a fake, because they're like, no, we are happy with our candidate. You sure? We are happy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, turns out some shock is in the air. Charlemagne, who was out there shilling hard for Kamala, is shocked to realize that 1 out of every 3 voters of color voted for Trump.
What do you make of the demographics here? I mean, Trump got 1 out of every 3 voters of color.
No.
Yeah.
1 out of
33%.
No. Really?
Yeah.
When you say color, you mean like black, brown, everything. Oh, well, I think that, people have different.
What was that? Oh, you're talking about the Latinxes too, aren't you? So people of color, I think he was just saying that was only African Americans, and then, oh, you mean everyone else do? Oh, okay. Well, that's not just us then.
Issues that they care about, and I think that there's nobody out there that's a single issue voter. I think some of this is a backlash to race and gender and identity politics, but man, most people, they just care about keeping food on their table and keeping a roof over their head. And I think sometimes people forget about that. I think that they forget.
We didn't forget about it. That's what we've been saying for a couple of years.
Forget about, you know, the working class. And for whatever reason, Donald Trump speaks to the grievances of the working class in a real way. And I keep telling folks, people will forget what you did. They'll forget what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And when you go back to 2020, even though it was a pandemic and it was COVID, people don't care. All they know is they got stimulus checks with his name on it, and that's what they remember. And so people think about that. When you have conversations.
That's it. That's what people remember, getting a stimulus check with COVID. I didn't get a stimulus check for COVID.
Neither.
We did for our law firm, right, there was the federal program, but a stimulus check is what he's talking about, is the people getting actual physical checks, right? And you had to be under a certain threshold, I think is what he's talking about. So I don't think that's really what people are excited about with COVID and Trump. I think it was the broader idea that we had a functional economy, a safe border, and less wars. Our currency wasn't being inflated away every day. So I don't really know what his identification of the problem is.
Folks, they'd be like, yo, I remember how 2020 felt. And they think that they're going to feel that, you know, in this next term.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain? I mean, he obviously swept the battleground states. He drove up, you know, turnout around the country in Republican areas, but he did much better than he had done before in places like Chicago, Brooklyn, Queens.
Right, and I think it was the strong economy. It wasn't the COVID checks. 2020 was a pretty rough year after, let's say, February, by the way. So I don't think that people were getting their stimulus checks and thrilled about the state of the world in general. It's kind of a precarious situation. So I think they're still off, missing the mark on this. Axelrod says it's about the working class. Let's see what CNN says.
Well, you've heard me over the last few days. I do have concerns about the way the Democratic Party relates to working class voters in this country. The only group that Democrats gained with in the election on Tuesday was white college graduates, and among working class voters, there was a big, a significant decline. The only group they won among Democrats were people who make more than $100,000 a year. You can't win national elections that way, and it certainly shouldn't be that way for a party that fashions itself as the party of working people. So I think he has a point. Mike knows this because we've been talking about it. You can't approach working people like missionaries and say, we're here to help you become more like us. There's a kind of unspoken disdain, unintended disdain in that. I think Biden has done, programmatically some good things for working people, but the party itself has increasingly become a smarty pants, suburban, college-educated party, and it lends itself to the kind of backlash that we've seen.
Yeah, and they look down their noses at everybody who doesn't believe like they believe. Oh, you don't trust the science. And they treat everybody like they're morons, and it doesn't work out very well for them. This guy got treated like he was a moron, like he didn't belong to be a part of the enlightened Kamala team. And so they lost Pennsylvania, and he might have been able to reverse that for them if they weren't so arrogant and condescending. Here's how he explains they botched a key state.
We lost the election. I would have liked to see the Harris campaign, especially the national campaign, coordinate with us a little bit, talk to us a little bit, give us a little bit more resources, show us some respect. Didn't happen. They were just elitists and went out there, did their own thing, and didn't include Democratic City Committee or warriors or committee people. They just didn't do it.
When did you start having a concern about that?
Probably when they first nominated her, and I had a conversation with them, and they just blew me off. I've never talked to her.
Wow.
Imagine, not that I'm somebody that I got no ego. I don't have an ego, but at least talk to him. I am the chairman of the Democratic Party for almost 40 years. I did bring numbers in for every other president. Never even had a conversation with. Never got invited to many. I got invited secondhand to one or two things. And then the one things I got invited to, like on the Parkway, I got invited on the Parkway on a Monday night before election for like 4 hours. I can't do that. I'm out there, putting out fires, They just didn't show the respect. They didn't show our respect. And I would imagine not only in the city of Philadelphia, but not only did they show the respect throughout the state of Pennsylvania, probably steamroll it out for the rest of the country. That was the kind of campaign that they ran, especially on a short campaign. Don't you want to go to people that have a proven record and know how to do this stuff and that can help you along with it? Didn't happen.
What can you point to that you say is different than the way the Biden campaigin in 2020 operated in the city? That was a pandemic, but what do you think the difference was?
The Hillary campaign, the Obama campaign, the Bill Clinton campaign, the Biden campaign worked hand in hand with us. Their campaigns worked hand in hand. They talked to us. They said, what do we need to do? Should we go here? Every one of those campaigns, Obama, Clinton, both Clintons, and Biden, actually advised my personal friend, they worked hand in hand with us. They didn't necessarily do everything I wanted them to do, but they asked our opinion. The Harris campaign never talked to us, never.
Interesting. And I think it's indicative of Kamala and the Democratic Party, how they operated for the last 4 years. They just say what it is going to be, and everybody falls in line, right? They come out with a stupid statement about some Biden flub. The media just takes it and runs with it. So it's like they come in, they tell this guy, this is how we're going to run it. He said, no, it's not how it works here. And they say, well, it's too bad. Okay, well, we're not interfacing with you at all. Okay, well, you're going to lose the election. And they did. And that's great news. So we hope that they learn nothing from this experience. Now, on the Katie Phang show, they were talking about racism and Latinos, and they're very upset with Latinos. Over 45% of Latinos voted for this person, and here they're promising mass deportations. And again, it's just one finger being pointed at another group and another group and another group. And last week we saw this. I think it was one cable show was blaming white women. Another cable show was blaming misogynist black men. Another one was blaming misogynist black Latinos. And we saw in that one county in Texas, a very Latino county, that they voted 93% for Trump. And they're like, they're going to deport you. They're like, they're on the border. Like they don't, the citizens there don't want to be invaded by a foreign country and foreigners from all over the world. So they're pointing their fingers at everybody and they just can't figure it out. And this has been their strategy, right? They treat people like trading cards. They bundle them all together, 2 pairs, one over here, 3 of a kind, doesn't matter, whatever you want, make whatever you want. And then they try to sell that to all of America. Well, that's not how most of America works. We don't treat people and prioritize them based on these features that they believe to be the most important things in the world in their entire lives. So here they are trying to figure it out. Let's listen. Let's watch in.
Those disinformation campaigns, especially on Spanish language media platforms. You've been pounding the pavement, speaking to the Latino voters, talking to them about these issues. You've written a book about it. You've done specials about it. And now when we look at all of these returns and we're seeing the number of Latinos and Latinas that voted.
Whoa. First of all, I thought it was Latinx.
Donald Trump, despite his racist rhetoric, it kind of makes me want to pull my hair out a little bit here, Paola, because not only is it voting against your best self-interest here, but Paola, explain how it is.
Isn't that so racist and condescending? It's like, hey, Latinos, you are so dumb. Don't you know what's good for you? Will you pay attention out there? How can you vote for this guy who's going to deport you? It's like, you don't even know what's good for you, is what she's saying. It's so racist and condescending. I can't even believe they allow it to air.
That this information was available and it could have been accessed. And yet we're sitting here having this conversation now when it's been something that we've been focusing on for a long time. I mean, I saw it happening in real time in Miami-Dade County.
I know you did. I think it's hard because it is a very hard and uncomfortable truth to face what is happening. What is it? To face the reality that over 45% of Latinos voted for this person, or the person that was actively promising mass deportations.
That's amazing. We need to pump those numbers up. We need to get those numbers to 80, 90%. Amigos.
Actively promising to separate families and talking in such vile ways. And I think what's very important right now is not to just dismiss these gains as simply a result of economic anxiety. No,
so she's a Latin. She's, I think, a Latinx person. Paola Ramos. I was I didn't know what was going on right here. I mean, I got, I don't like to, I wanted to make sure there was proper representation on the panel because I couldn't tell, originally. I didn't know if we had a Latinx on the panel just based on the appearances, but apparently we do. So I'm glad that got cleared up.
Simply a problem of the Democrats. I think we have to dig a little bit deeper and have those uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah.
This goes beyond the MAGA movement and politics, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah.
This is really about Trump tapping into these very real racial and ethnic anxieties and grievances that as Latinos we carry. And through this movement, that in and of itself sort of was able to expose that we too can carry anti-immigrant sentiments, and we too can carry anti-Blackness, and we.
Oh, it's just incredible. Okay, so Latinxes are racist against Latinxes and blacks too. So this woman says Latinos are racist, bigoted, and they don't know what's good for them on MSNBC. Okay, that's a good strategy. I hope they continue to play that strategy. They should also do the same thing for every other demographic represented by this panel. Just say, well, you guys are racist and bigoted too, and xenophobic and misogynistic. Just go down the line. See how that strategy works out for them. It's really pathetic. Now, here is one other hysterical person. This is actually sad, right? So she is a representative. She's got a 12-year-old daughter, and the household is so disturbed and insane that they're talking to her 12-year-old daughter about getting ARD and needing to abort the child. She's 12. It's like middle school, right? 12. So she's upset about the Trump victory. Here's why.
So on election night, I went to pick up my daughter from water polo practice, and she's 12, and she got in the car and she was crying. And I said, did someone punch you? Like, water polo is a rough sport. I was like, did someone hit you? Did the coach yell at you? What happened? And she said, Mom, Trump won. Trump's going to win. And what if I get raped and I need to have an abortion? This is from a 12-year-old, my 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah. Yeah, not good. Why are you traumatizing your 12-year-old in your household?
And so it was really a reminder of how scary this time is for people, and how important it is for Democrats to have strategies, both at the state level and the federal level, to make sure that we can continue to protect people's rights. So on
Okay, so they're having conversations about Trump. A Trump victory is going to lead to mass Rs of 12-year-old girls. Well, I don't know how that's going to happen because we're going to deport criminals who are here doing that right now. So the R-ing of people in America is going to diminish rapidly because we're going to close the border, which is allowing a bunch of people to come in and kill people after their horrific crimes. All right, so that's what's happening with Democrats, absolutely melting down, continuing to ask questions about how this happened and pointing fingers. Recriminations will continue. We'll be here for it. All right, so we've got more that has come out. And let's start over here with this most recent development. Democrats and lefties losing subscribers after the Kamala Harris loss. Not happy about the results of the election and probably feeling misled by these show hosts. Their viewers are now going to other greener pastures, or redder pastures, rather. And so this came out from the David Pakman show. Michael Malice clipped this for us. Says apparently these guys are losing subscribers, losing supporters because they, in my opinion, were misled. And I've seen some shows like this where they will and were every day posting and sharing stories about Kamala's success. Then you'd have those little aberrations in the polls, like in Iowa, where they said Kamala's going to win Iowa. And we all were sitting here going, you guys are delusional. What are you talking about? It's made up. it's a propaganda push poll. It's not real. But they took it and ran with it. No, let's go. And people had faith in them, that they were being honest and sharing good, actionable data. And some people apparently feel like many show hosts were leading them astray, and that's why they're leaving. And so Michael Malice is giving us one example of this, saying that David Pakman is talking about his channel and people abandoning it.
I'm going to tell you something that is terrifying me. I always try to come here and put a positive face on everything, but there is something going on that is terrifying me. When I woke up this morning, we had lost 5,000 YouTube subscribers compared to where we were last night. Now, the first thing I thought was, is this a glitch? We've been on YouTube for 15 years or something like that.
That's crazy, Brandon.
Subscribers always just go up. They just never go down. They go up. Is something wrong with my channel? Is someone attacking my channel? What's going on? So I started texting. And I texted Brian Tyler Cohen. And I texted Tyler Cohen and Brian Cohen and Brian Tyler, all of them. I texted all of them. I texted Jesse Dollemore. I texted Luke Beasley and Farron Cousins and Sam Cedar. And every single one of our channels since last night is hemorrhaging subscribers. What is it that is going on? Here is a graphic. As you can see, subscribers just go up, 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 and they are down. It is not just YouTube subscribers. We are seeing record cancellations of paid memberships. Record cancellations. These are the people that keep the show running. Now, for a moment, I thought
I got monetized
if it's
before
just YouTube,
demonetized before
maybe
the election.
YouTube is purging people who are inactive subscribers. And once a year, usually YouTube does this, and you see a little decline, and then numbers go back up. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. And if that were the case, we wouldn't be seeing paid membership cancellations on the website. So now I understand what is going on. It's terrifying, but it is happening.
Yeah, well, a bunch of people were listening to these guys and believing them when they came out with their Iowa polls, when they came out with their fake polls showing Kamala's up +1, +1, +2, +1, +2, +2. I don't watch their shows. I don't know if they caveated a lot of that stuff or if they were clear about the risks associated with that data and that presentation, or how they conduct themselves on their shows, quite frankly. But what we saw in general terms was a puff piece about a woman who was totally incompetent and who had accomplished nothing, and it was a giant facade. And so I would feel duped if I bought into that and I was fed the same garbage every day that she's going to win, she's going to win, she's going to win. You may have even donated, she's going to win, she's going to win. And I think that they knew better. And so there's questions here, right? Who do you ascribe blame to? Now, I also want to be clear that we're in the aftermath of an election. And during election season, everybody becomes a little bit of a cheerleader, I think, if you're being effective. You saw this last election cycle. There were people on the right who would come out and say, well, Trump would do this, and no, I can't vote for him until he does this. And they were starting to knife people a little bit, bringing up issues that, in my opinion, didn't matter and weren't worth debating about in the middle of an election season. And so what you try to do is balance things. And it's sort of the way I think about it is you've got 3 years where you're, diving into the meat and potatoes. You challenge your own leadership. We'll be holding the Trump administration accountable, right? If Trump comes out and starts eliminating our free speech like the Democrats did, we're not going to be happy about that. Okay, if Trump opens the border up bigger than Kamala did, we're not going to be happy about that. But he didn't do those things, or we're not prognosticating that he's going to do those things. And so we are standing behind him in those ideas and that administration pursuing those ideas. Pakman and the Democrats are now trying to figure out how to respond to that. But during the campaign, I think Ronald Reagan said, you never speak badly about a fellow Republican. And so those 3 years, you hold your side accountable and you debate the ideas and you defend your administration and you fight for Senate leaders and you fight for judges and you fight for all of those things. And so I understand the transition in, the final hours of a campaign. You're rah, rah, rah. You're let's go. We're going to win this thing. Get out there, keep the energy up, go and vote. I understand that side of the argument. And we certainly did that here, right? We're not making mountains out of molehills. When Trump does a little stupid Puerto Rico joke or something, there were a lot of people, and Trump didn't even do that, but there were people on the right that this is finally shocking to us, and I can't believe it. Relax, all right? We're like 3 weeks out from an election, so just bite your tongue on that one for 3 weeks. I get all of that, and I think that we communicated that here, that this is election season, this is what we're doing, this is the energy behind it. But we had a legitimate candidate. We didn't throw the duly nominated candidate out of the party and then substitute them in for someone else. This felt like a bunch of people just grasping for a solution to a very serious problem that they had. And now they're having to deal with the repercussions, and their audience is unhappy about being duped. So again, I don't watch their shows and I haven't seen how he comported himself, but I would imagine that their cancellations are related to people feeling misled, people feeling betrayed, people feeling like they were served information that was bad and led astray.
So as you can see, this is a crisis. They're losing.
This is Nate the lawyer. What's up, Nate?
Paid members, thousands and thousands of subscribers from all across liberal media. And that's because I think people kind of feel like they've been lied to, right? Like you weren't telling us the truth. You were telling us stuff that was obviously false. And now people kind of feel betrayed by that. So that's why it's like,
this is interesting. We're watching David Pakman watch Nate the lawyer. It's like Inception.
I'm not going to support this, and are going to people who they feel to be more reasonable in their assessment. Now, one thing I'll say about David is David went on and then gave a reason why he believes that he got it wrong.
To me, what happened is actually far simpler, and it's going to come off as far more offensive than these explanations, but I think it is far more accurate. Number one, millions of Americans quite literally have no idea what's going on. Ugh. And I know that it's sort of like, so you're David, are you doing the Republicans are stupid thing again? Listen, there's plenty of uninformed Democrats. There's uninformed independents. But there is a degree to which millions of these Trump voters have literally no idea what's going on.
Okay, well, why did your subscribers and your membos cancel? I'm sure they weren't Trump supporters. This is great, man. They should continue this strategy. Just call everybody who didn't believe them idiots. All right, we're done with this clip. All right, so that is David Pakman. Now, other people who are melting down. The Keys guy, Alan Lichtman, saying the keys missed. This was another person deluded by TDS who misapplied his own keys. I think the keys actually have some nice framework to them. If you apply them correctly, they probably would have worked this time. Applied them correctly, then he would have gotten the right answer. But he's so anti-Trump and delusional that he misapplied his own keys, and now he's having to eat crow over it.
Look, my prediction for this presidential election was wrong. I own up to it.
Yeah.
Right now, I am taking time off today, Wednesday, through my live show Thursday. My aim is to assess why the keys were wrong and what we can learn from this era and what the election means for the future of our country going forward. The show will be at 9 p.m. Thursday, November 7th.
All right, so he was upset about it. We'll listen to what his reaction was in a second, but here's a highlight reel from election night with Alan Lichtman.
But based in Pennsylvania, to be honest with you.
You're nuts, dude. You're nuts.
This is him and his son on election night.
Not based on the vote.
Trump doesn't know the Bill of Rights.
How far ahead she is compared to Biden.
Okay.
Still giving New York Times Trump a slight edge.
In Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I don't see it. Wow. I think she's going to win Pennsylvania, despite what the
talking about.
I don't see
how she doesn't win Pennsylvania.
I agree.
Because she won Pennsylvania and she's doing better.
Don't get too wrapped up in the New York Times projection. I don't even know if they're mathematically sound. Don't get too wrapped up in them.
I'm worried about everything. I still think she's going to win Pennsylvania, but
yeah, me too. What is looking iffy to you right now?
The New York Times is projecting Trump to win all 3 of the blue all states.
What?
Yep. A lot of processing of mail ballots in Pennsylvania.
Well,
they not counting them until today.
Wait a minute.
49.3%.
Guy says he's finished doing his onboarding task.
It was 51 for Biden. Philadelphia
Unless he did a new
78
file.
for Harris when it was 81 for Biden.
Not good. Votes that are going to be counted tomorrow.
Dad, there's
The
not
best
gonna
time
be-
to do it though is
there's-
get them matched just
there's-
before.
There's probably not going to be enough. Well, there may be other votes. Remember, overseas votes will come in late.
Just keeps
Doesn't that count as provisional votes or no? It has to. That's
Almost. Yeah,
counted
keep
in
going, guys.
provisional.
Almost there.
It lost. I hate to say that because I've been hopeful all night, but I think she lost.
I do too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, brutal. All right, so good stuff there. And voice of the people saying, hey, wrap this clip up because there's more.
At a recent rally, a bunch of young white men, Trump voters, were asked, why are you voting for Trump? And they said, because gas prices are so high. The truth is that gas prices are at their lowest post-pandemic point, tied with a bunch of post-pandemic lows. That is just the truth. So saying I'm voting for Trump because of high gas prices when gas prices are low, you are simply clueless, and Trump benefits from the clueless vote. Same thing with
Okay, why are your subscribers then leaving since you're educating them so well? Voice says apparently he told them, don't cancel. He's telling his audience, don't cancel. Keep your support here and come back. So Al
and the keys, because the keys depend upon a pragmatic electorate deciding based on governance whether the incumbent party should get 4 more years. And we've seen the explosion of some trends that have existed before, but not to this extent. Disinformation.
Oh, yeah.
Elon Musk is, I don't know how many hundreds of billions he has. He has been the director of misinformation. 2 billion views of his spreading of disinformation, not just about the economy, but about immigrants, about minorities. We've never seen disinformation at this scale. Next, we have never seen to this scale the agitation of 3 trends that have been very deeply embedded in American history: misogyny, racism, and xenophobia. You know, the first anti-immigrant law was 1798, and Donald Trump wants to revive it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so maybe he'll have to come up with 2 other keys. One for Elon Musk and one for misogyny. All right, nice job there, Alan. What a total failure. So CNN has a report. They say this is even worse than you could imagine for them. First time that there's no clear front runner. Who's going to be the heir apparent in the Democratic Party? Who's it going to be? Anybody from the Biden administration? No. Who? Booty? Blinken? Mayorkas? Not Kamala again. Hillary? Newsom? Whitmer? Warren? Fannie? Who?
There isn't one. There's no early favorite. There's no early clear favorite. And that is really unusual because the bottom line is when you have no incumbent Democratic president following this year, we've looked back at similar situations. Back in 2017, Joe Biden was the clear heir apparent heading into 2005 and then 2013 heading into the 2016 campaign. Hillary Clinton was way up in the national polls. It was pretty clear she was the heir apparent. How about Al Gore going into the 2000 campaign or 04? Again, the clear heir apparent. You have to go all the way back to the 1992 campaign with this giant question mark over here. Let's see if I can draw it in. There we go. Where there was no clear heir apparent. This is going to be the first cycle, it seems, since going back all the way to the late 80s, early 1990s, in which there is no clear early frontrunner for the next Democratic nomination.
I will say the Democrats won this one. And in this one where they did have an heir apparent, they ended up winning when it wasn't that person.
Yeah, it's exactly right.
So maybe they're better off.
Maybe they're better off because remember, Hillary Clinton, even though she seemed to be the heir apparent going into the 2008 campaign, of course, it was Barack Obama who basically came out of nowhere after that 2004 convention speech to go on to win the nomination. So it might actually be good news for Democrats that there's no heir apparent, but the bottom line is there isn't one.
Okay, in terms of being in the wilderness, sometimes in the past, Democrats have been able to latch on to the outgoing president as someone who can give them guidance. Where does that sit this time?
Yeah, so, even after 2016, right, you go into 2017 and, Democrats control no levers of the Congress. Democrats have no, real heir apparent necessarily except for Biden. But Barack Obama at least had an approval rating nationwide of 53%, right? Look at where Joe Biden's is, 40% at this point, 40%. You have to go all the way back to 1980 as I come to John's side of the screen to find an a departing incumbent Democratic president to have an approval rating as low as Joe Biden's is right now. When you make the comparison to Jimmy Carter on popularity, you know that you're in bad shape.
And then when it comes to what power they actually have in Washington, historically speaking, having no levers of power, they haven't been there that often.
They really haven't been. They've been a little bit more apparent this century, but a GOP pres plus a Congress in the last 90 years, you got 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times, just 5 times in the last 90 years in which the Democrats controlled neither house of Congress, which seems most likely at this point, though we haven't projected the House, and not the presidency. So the bottom line is, anywhere you look, John, everywhere you look, the Democrats are in this deep, dark state because they have no heir apparent, the incumbent president's unpopular, and they hold no levers of power in Washington, most likely come January.
All right, so good stuff there in the wilderness, no doubt about it. So how do they get out of the wilderness? Well,
he never had a placement with his old file, so I'm just going to delete that.
He is looking for. That is my question. I'll start with you.
Joe Biden's been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he could fulfill, being a transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days, make Kamala Harris president of the United States. It would absolve her from being able to from having to oversee the January 6th transition, right, of her own defeat. And it would make sure that it would dominate the news at a point where Democrats have to learn drama and transparency and doing things that the public want to see is the time. This is the moment for us to change the entire perspective of how Democrats
operate. This
operate.
has now jumped from an internet meme to a Sunday morning show.
Jamal's out here right now. Next season of House of Cards.
I thought you were going to say, what about the Supreme Court? That's also out there.
Well, the Supreme Court might happen. I don't know if it will, but I think this is something that's
wild. So they'll make the first woman president promotion from the vice president. So once again, another position Kamala has never earned will be handed to her. Incredible work there from the Democrats. All right. Now, meanwhile, Trump starting to name some people. Trump's new border czar, not playing around, announcing that Tom Homan will be overseeing security and deportations. We heard this guy before, and he's got some nice clips. We've got one coming up I'll share with you this morning. But here's what Trump said. It says, I'm pleased to announce that the former ICE director and stalwart on border control, Tom Homan, will be joining the Trump administration in charge of our nation's border, aka the border czar, including but not limited to the southern border, the northern border, all maritime and aviation security. I've known Tom for a long time, and there is nobody better at policing and controlling our borders. Likewise, Tom Homan will be in charge of all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. Congratulations to Tom. I have no doubt he will do a fantastic and long awaited for job. And if you're not familiar with Tom Homan, here was an amazing clip from him.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Loved it when he was trolling.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
We have seen.
All right, so Tom Homan said, yeah, just go with them. Go home. If you want to stay together, not that complicated. Pretty interesting appointment. And here was Tom going at it with AOC in Congress some time ago.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that.
Mr. Holman, with all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're in the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the memo is submitted to the record for review. Inspector General Costello, one last thing. Is there zero?
Yeah, didn't like that one. Goes to the next guy. So Tom Homan's coming in. Statement did not say that he would be nominated to run Homeland or ICE. If nominated and confirmed, then he would have a lot of additional power. The statement said that he'll just be the border czar, so we don't know exactly what role that will be. But if Homan is working within the White House, he will have some political authority, not legal authority, if it's just within the White House, to push Trump's secretaries to enforce the immigration laws. So we don't know, right, if he's going to be officially in the cabinet or just kind of a political appointee. The border job would give Homan some authority to curb the inflow. These foreign graduates legally fly into airports to fill white-collar jobs. The inflow includes many graduates who are given work permits, many who have tourist visas but work here illegally, and many who take jobs after overstaying their visas. That white-collar migration is on the front burner because of Trump's campaign allies like Elon and Bill Ackman. They fly in legally into airports, and they take these jobs. Trump has repeatedly promised a mass deportation, will likely target 1.3 million illegals who have exhausted their basis for staying here. And so that is a nice addition. Trump also came out and weighed in on the Senate battle. We're talking about who the new Senate leader will be since Mitch McConnell is retiring, Senator Mitch McConnell. Any Republican senator seeking the coveted leadership position in the United to recess a point, which we will not be able to get people confirmed in a timely manner. Sometimes the votes can take 2 years or more. This is what they did 4 years ago, and we cannot let it happen again. We need positions filled immediately. And additionally, no judges should be approved during this period of time because the Democrats are looking to ram through their judges as the Republicans fight over leadership. This is not acceptable. Thank you. I'm so happy Trump's back on X. It's great. Can't wait to have the country communicated with directly from the presidents. Thank you. Yes, great. Thank you. Tell them this is not acceptable. Don't confirm the Democrat judges now. They lost. Elections have consequences. So speaking of running for the Senate, this is Rick Scott, who has emerged as the favored candidate for Team MAGA.
I got that
not
from the
a
same
fan
site that you got your other
of
story
Mitch
pictures
McConnell
from on telly there.
and his leadership. So it would be a different change of course, which would be welcomed. Here is what he said on the morning shows.
Now, how do we get Trump's agenda done? How do we get his nominees done? How do we codify his executive orders? That's what's up for this leadership race right now. So I'm running to change. We've got to have a big change. We got almost $36 trillion worth of debt, 100,000 people dying of fentanyl or drug overdoses, open border, work military. We have got to change the way the Senate is run to get Trump's agenda done.
Amazing. So that's Rick Scott. And we're still asking questions about that. Trump posted about Tom Homan. And Trump also is picking Elise Stefanik to go to the UN. I am honored to nominate Chairwoman Elise Stefanik to serve in my cabinet as U.S. ambassador to the UN. She's incredibly strong, tough, and smart, and America First fighter, he said in a statement. The New York Congresswoman, the fourth-ranking House Republican, has been a strong ally. Stefanik was also the House Republican Conference Chair for a long time. Her aggressive performance during the Trump impeachments made her a, quote, Republican star. She wasn't always Trump's biggest fan, had gotten into it with him a while back. And she posted about this on X. She said, the U.S. is ready for a return to President Trump's maximum pressure campaign against Iran. For too long, our enemies have been emboldened by the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration. With President Trump in charge, peace through strength is back. And so maximum pressure on Iran she shared this link. So when she goes to the UN, I guess that's what she'll be pushing for. Trump to renew maximum pressure campaign. Ties with Tehran, which sought to assassinate him, are likely to be even worse this time around. And when I was at Genius Network, Tucker came and spoke, Tucker Carlson, and he said that there are a lot of very powerful forces that want war with Iran. He said, just believe me when I tell you. Someone asked him, what's your biggest concern? He said, war with Iran. There are a lot of people who are pushing for war with Iran, that it's probably going to happen. He didn't say that specifically, but that's kind of what I took out of it. Trump took a dim view of Iran, but when he takes office, his approach to Iran is likely to be colored by the knowledge that its agents tried to assassinate him. So there will be a lot of forces pushing Trump for war, and we're hopeful that that does not happen. People tend to take that stuff personally. If he's going to be hawkish on any country, it's going to be Iran. The people briefed on Trump's plans and in touch with his top advisor said the new team would move rapidly to try to choke off Iran's oil income and use other powers other than war, which is the right maneuver. So Trump will get it in. They'll have Elise Stefanik over there, and we'll see what this looks like when she's in charge. Here's a clip from her over on the shows.
You're the Republican conference chair, Representative. What do you see as the party's top priorities when the 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump, takes office?
Well, we've been very straightforward telling the American people it's securing the border and it's growing our economy. President Trump has laid out his vision and policy plans on both of those. The good news is we know what in Trump's successful border security policies, and the House passed the Secure the Border Act with every Republican vote. And, you know, voters held Democrats accountable. Not a single Democrat voted for that border security bill. So we intend to pass that, growing the economy, unleashing energy independence. That is key. We passed that bill among House Republicans. President Trump is ready to get to work unleashing American energy dominance. And then, of course, growing the economy by ensuring that we continue to cut taxes for hardworking Americans. That means no tax on tips, no tax for Social Security. These were actually policy agenda items that President Trump rolled out that then Kamala Harris took and rolled out after the fact because they were resonating so significantly among the American people. But crushing this inflation is top of the mind, and we believe a path towards economic growth will help crush this skyrocketing inflation.
All right, so a lot of domestic policy there, but obviously she's going to the UN, and she's been a representative for some time and a leader of many Republican efforts. So we'll see how things go there, but Tom Homan will be the border czar, Rick Scott in the running for the Senate leadership position, and the new administration getting staffed up. All right, and so my beautiful friends, it's been an amazing morning. Let's see what you say about this. I see some great donos, my friends. It's good to be back. And yes, Jeremiah, thank you for saying this. We are honoring our veterans today. It is Veterans Day. And Jeremiah, thank you for saying this. Says, happy Veterans Day, member for 4 months. And Jeremiah, we appreciate you sending those well wishes in today. We honor our veterans. Thank you, men and women, for your service, for all you have provided and given to our country. We're grateful. We thank you, Jeremiah. We got Senior Chief says, so she admits that she grifted money because she was told Harris would win, even though she knew the internal numbers were off, but it's their fault because they were promised with no takesy backsies. Yeah, you're right. It's a great point, Senior Chief. It's like you can delegate all critical thinking because the Democratic Party and Jen O'Malley told you. Oh, great. Thanks, Jen. I don't have to think anymore. Great. Thank you. It's like, gosh, how could you live that way? Sounds like she thought that they were going to fix the election, but then they didn't. And now she has some explaining to do. Sounds like a great fraud defense. So she's like, well, the numbers are wrong, but we know we need that money. Yeah, you're right, Senior Chief. There was a lot of grifting going on. Just Me, what's up, Just Me, over on YouTube says, instead of Trump helping Harris pay off her bills, put that money in a fund to help all the J6 political prisoners and help pay all the legal fees his supporters for 2020 who were persecuted by the Democrats. Yeah, I saw that, Just Me. He's referencing a post by Trump. In fact, here, let me see if I can just grab it. Just a little bit of a strange post, which was about paying off the campaign debt for Democrats. Let's see what Trump posted. And he posted this one. Happy 249th birthday to our great U.S. Marines as well. Happy birthday, Marines. Yeah, here's the post that Just Me was referencing. Thank you, Just Me. Says, I'm very surprised that the Democrats, who fought a hard and valiant fight in the 2020 presidential election, raising a record amount of money, didn't have lots of money left over. Now they're being squeezed by vendors and others. Whatever we can do to help them during this difficult period, I would strongly recommend that we, as a party, and for the sake of desperately needed unity, do. We have a lot of money left over, in that our biggest asset in the campaign was earned media, and that doesn't cost very much. That's free. Trump just gets out there and says stuff, and they talk about it. Make America great again. And Just Me was saying, yeah, how about we reimburse the J6ers who got abused by their government for their legal fees and damages? It's not a bad idea, Just Me. Hopefully there are immediate actions taken by the administration to reverse the current ongoing damage that is currently underway. Then we'll talk about it. We got Rick D says, separate families, says Rick D. Hey, Rob, did you ever have a client who avoided prison because they would be separated from their family? No, unfortunately, no. It'd be a nice defense, though, to be able to go in and say, Your Honor, he's got a kid, so he can't go to jail. Oh, he's got a kid. Well, all right. Well, I guess none of the criminal rules apply. Nope, they don't care. You go right to jail. Hey, Cliff Norman says, using R as a reason to have an abortion seems ancient. Morning after pills, IUDs, other things can prevent that. Instead of instilling fear, media should educate. Fear-mongering that has a 12-year-old girl worried is way over the top. Here's a medical MD website for emergency contraception. Yeah, so so if something like that happens, you're not carrying the child for 6 months. And hopefully that child gets medical care and that's all taken care of, upon arrival at the hospital for a horrific situation like that. But yeah, the point of that, I don't have kids yet, but 12-year-old girl, that's her concern. Golly. Shouldn't she be worried about soccer practice or something? Not that. All right, Voice of the People says, you missed the best part with Pacman. He told people to take a break from politics, but continue to give him money and don't cancel. So, okay, fine. Don't watch the show, but just keep paying me. Look, man, it's tough. It's tough to, I think, navigate these waters when you have a terrible candidate. You have to cheerlead for them. There are going to be repercussions for that. Hopefully there's some self-reflection that happens, but I don't think there ever will be based on what we just heard. He still thinks people are idiots, and he'll probably think the people who are canceling are idiots too. Voice of the People says, Tom ripped Dems apart in 3 different hearings. What's up, Voice of the People? Great to see you. 20 months is a membo. Hopefully the streams are going good over there, my friend. Knox says, happy Monday, all. Happy Monday, Knox. Billing day here. I saw this over the weekend. Dems think he's trolling. Others say he's serious. Yeah, so that was the same post. What was it? I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I'm not in love with giving Democrats a bunch of Republican money. But it is pretty funny. It's pretty funny. It's like, how much do you need? Trump's like, how much do you need? Hang on. How much? 20 million. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. You're in here. Just go. Don't come back. All right. Don't bother me again. Don't forget what I did for you. All right. Anyways, let's get back to making America great again. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like you're pathetic. How much? Losers? Uncle Bozy says, I hope President Trump makes General Flynn the DNI. Do you, Uncle Bozy? Director of National Intelligence. It's an interesting position for General Flynn. Director of National Intelligence is a very powerful position. It's the hub for all the other intelligence agencies. I don't know who I'd want at that position. Flynn would be an interesting appointment. Rob White says, remember Hillary left the DNC in debt in 2016? Did she do that? I'm sure it sounds about right. I don't remember how much it was or what that story was, but that sounds about right. And thank you, Rob, for that one. I don't know if Trump's going to pay them or not, but what would be almost worth it is not Trump paying them, because like that's our money. We don't want that money going elsewhere. It's like, you know, the right's money. But what might be worth it is them accepting the money. You know what I mean? They take it, which is really the most satisfying part of the whole thing. Just to hand them it, and just they have to come up and take it. Oh, how'd that feel? Not good. All right, what's up? Zach Nichols. Zach Nichols in the house says, thank you to all of those who sacrificed everything for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Great comment. Great post, Zach. Thank you for saying that. Thank you.
Who are you? I have the answer to. Keep it moving, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Do it. Go ahead. You're not smuggling anything out, are you? Or in?
Yeah, I did. Can't be on the property.
I'm not on your property, dude. This is not your property. This is public property.
Then they might get nervous because they might think like you're gonna break somebody out.
With a camera? Go ahead and you'll let them put there. Don't touch me. What's your name?
I'm right here.
You're right there?
Yeah.
I thought you were right here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Causing a scene? You can't be the complaint of a disorderly.
When we arrest you, then don't
Arrest me for what? I fucking know. You don't have arresting powers.
Are you trying to break somebody out?
You gonna arrest me? Come on, arrest me. I'm not a fucking inmate. Remember that. You understand? Go back on your property.
I'm gonna go school them.
Yeah.
All right.
I love it. Go school them.
It's class time, okay?
Yeah. What's going on, everyone? This is Press NH Now over here today at the City of Philadelphia Department of Prisons for our First Amendment audit to see if they respect our rights to record here in public. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. I appreciate all your support. Also, check out my playlist to see some of those videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button, let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England states. Always check a description. All links are included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England areas. We're going to get right to it here, guys. Enjoy the video. What? Keep it moving, dude. I don't give a f*** you're telling me. Go. Do something about it then. Let me see what it says. Violators will be ticketed. No drone zone. Pedestrians must use crosswalk. Yeah, no drones. Gotcha. Nothing about pictures or video. Even if it did, I don't really care. That's their policy. But that sign right there says no drone zone. Oh, we got a Karen here. Hi. Okay. And let me guess, I can't take pictures? There you go. I appreciate that. I can't really hear you. It's too loud. Okay, well, take all the pictures you want. You probably should do it on public property, though. I'm sure they have a policy that you're not allowed to on property. Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, if you're going to take pictures, follow the policy and get off the property. Thank you. You're welcome. I don't want to see you get in trouble. That's all. Oh, you are? Oh, okay, cool. You should follow the policy. Oh, watch out. You're blocking traffic, ma'am. All right, put your directional on. Okay. You're not smuggling anything out, are you? Or in?
Yeah, I did. Good. Yeah, in it.
You did? Oh, wow. That's really good to say on camera. That's genius. Yeah, I'll make sure I report you now. Yeah, you just admitted to it. Yeah. What a silly goose. She just admitted to me on camera that she smuggles things in and out. Unreal. Hold on. Whoa, what's going on here? Whoa! They're free! They're free! Jeez. Nice. It's gonna be free.
We not no jailbirds. We're visiting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't either. Either way, you're still free. They're visitors. Wow. They put visitors in a cage? Wow. Amtrak, please. Dude, they put visitors in the cage and bring you on there? Wow, that's horrible, man. They treat you like a inmate. That's crazy. I'm sorry for assuming that you guys are like freebirds now, you know what I mean? What are you doing? You know what I mean? Huh? What are you, one of those older people? Yeah. Yeah. Keep it down though. Yeah. I'm sorry?
Are you just recording us?
Yeah, I'm recording right now too, yeah.
Why?
Well, I was here first.
For what?
What?
For what?
What do you mean for what?
Why are you recording us?
Why do I have to tell you anything? Who are you I have to answer to? Mind your business. Mind your business.
No, you don't put me in no something about my business. Don't record me.
Oh, well, it's too late, so. Who the walks up to a camera and says don't record?
Don't record me. What's wrong with you?
There you go.
I will really you up.
Go ahead. Go ahead and you'll end up in there. Go ahead and you'll end up in there.
Me. Don't record
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I don't care if you're a woman or not, dude. Act like a man. I'm going to treat you like a. Let's go.
Please do
Let's
it.
go.
Do it.
Let's
Treat
go.
me like one.
Let's
do
go.
It. Do it.
Go ahead.
You get slapped.
Go ahead.
Here. I
Do
will
it.
get you left here
Do
tonight.
it. Do it.
What's wrong with you?
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
You don't get left here. Don't put no face.
I never approached you, dumb. Oh, don't record me, but walk up to me, right? The logic, dude. The logic. I'm on a public sidewalk. Yeah, I know. Yeah. All bark, no bite. It looks like she belongs in there. Dumb. Look at this. They're blocking traffic now. You know how many cameras you were just on in there? Holy shit.
They're just curious to know why you're recording.
Yeah, I don't have to. Nobody asked me why. Nobody, not one. You're the only person that asked me why.
I will.
That's it. You're the only person that asked me why.
It's just odd to.
How can I help you?
I didn't ask you for your help, man.
Sir.
Did I call you and say, hey, officer?
But you can't be on the property.
I'm not on your property, dude. This is not your property. This is public property, dude. Sidewalk is public property.
This is actually a prison grounds.
This is public property. This is prison grounds, huh? Public sidewalk is prison grounds, huh? I don't believe that. I don't think so. There's a sidewalk that goes all the way down here, dude. No, it's not.
Okay.
I don't believe you. Don't blow smoke on my dude. What up? Yeah, I can tell you one thing though. I will not go on the grass. I know that. And I won't obstruct traffic.
Thank you.
But for the record, can I have your name, please?
It's right there.
It right there? Really? You're right there, I'm right here? Is that
What's your name, sir?
right here? Right here. Look at that. Come on, man. Be professional. What's your name?
I'm right here.
You're right there?
Yeah.
I thought you were right here. Okay. Jeez. What do you work for the prison? Sergeant? Is it?
Is she okay? Yeah,
she's fine.
Oh, she has issues.
She has an issue with me recording out here. I have no business with her. I don't even know who she is. I don't even care.
Was there an issue or something?
She calls it, so I don't care. I'm just doing my thing. Can I have your name, sir? It's not right here, is it? It's definitely not right here twice. Look it, that's why I have this, man. Hey, so I'm good right here, right? So why the you tell me it's prison property, dude? Huh?
You said you was moving, right?
I was moving?
That's what you said.
This is public property, dude. That is your property right there. Do you see that? That's your property. Stay in your lane, I'll stay in mine. Yeah, you're not gonna win, dude. You're not gonna win. Unbelievable. Look at this. There's a bus stop right there, Sarge.
Yes, she
She tried
is.
to blow smoke on my. So you're on prison property, dude. Get the out of here, will you? You got no respect, dude.
Happy Veterans Day, Oklahoma. Good to see you, buddy.
Look at bus stop. Hey, Sarge, you own the bus stop too? The bus stop is prison property? Yeah, get the out of here, bro. It didn't work on me, dude. You're on prison property. Their property line starts right there, as far as I'm concerned. Right there. Bus stop, sidewalk. You. Hey, is that bus stop public property or is it prison property? Yeah, I was asking you. I was asking you if this sidewalk is prison property. Oh, you are? Yeah. You guys are like cab drivers, huh? You should Uber. You make more money. Yeah, you can hear me. Got Helen Keller here. Deaf, dumb, and stupid. Ha. Look at this. Cats.
Coming.
Here we go again. There's like 3 prisons and detention centers in this whole area. It's literally a gold mine for auditing. Oh, look at her. She scared the cats away. Look at those. Are they going to be the heroes today? Look at all the cops. Don't try to catch up to me, dude. You're gonna lose, bud. What can I help you with? Can I help you? Can I help you? Do you speak? Don't go on this property. You have no jurisdiction out here. Can I help you? Are you waiting for the bus? You got a name? I'm not an inmate, remember that. You understand? Go back on your property. Go back on your property. You have no authority out here, buddy. Not an inmate, so you better be careful. I'm a free man, remember that. Okay? What are you, a mute? I just met Helen Keller down there. You the sister? Who are you waiting on? The PD? What's your scanner saying? Hey, he's all set. What are you feeding the fucking pussycats over there?
He's cool.
He's cool.
He's just trying to antagonize Will. He all right.
Yeah, antagonized. That's hilarious. What are you going to tell me to stop recording? Don't go on the property?
No, do what you want.
I know.
That's when we arrest you, then don't.
Arrest me for what? I fucking know. You don't have arresting powers.
Are you trying to break somebody out? Because that's when you're taking pictures of the prison.
Oh, let me guess. I'm going to incriminate myself, you moron.
I know. See,
yeah, that's where the fifth.
Look how hostile you are.
That's where the Fifth Amendment comes in. Yeah, we have rights, buddy. Yeah, out here we do. We have more than in there. Kick rocks, buddy. Arrest me, buddy. Hey, arrest me. You'll be my favorite god in there. Hello. I love it.
What's going on, darling?
Nothing much. I love your attitude.
You're getting everybody started.
Look at that. I love the attitude. Seriously, right off the bat, nice smile. Hello.
You're getting everybody stirred up.
I'm not, look,
That's all.
can I just have your name, badge number?
Yeah. I'm Cinnamon. Nice to meet you.
Cinnamon?
That's my first name.
Okay.
There's a bunch of hills.
Cinnamon
Yeah,
Hill.
you met Cinnamon.
You got a badge number, Cinnamon?
2131.
Awesome. Thank you. There it is.
Are you cool?
I'm cool.
All right.
They're not.
All right, I'm cool.
They're not.
All right.
You
You're
know
cool.
the deal. You know what's going on here.
Yep, you're cool.
Go tell them.
Yep.
Go educate them.
All right.
They're telling me. Okay, hold on one sec. I don't mean to. Can I just have your name, badge number, please? 4801. Snowden. Awesome. I'll break it down for you, right? And you know I don't have
I
to
see what's going on.
No, listen.
Yeah.
Down there, public sidewalk,
Yes.
all the way down.
Yes.
He is telling me down there that it is prison property. So I asked him, do you own the bus stop too? I know where the grounds are.
Right.
I'm not going to go on them.
Right.
That's it.
Okay.
End of story.
Right. Now, I can understand though. Can I just say some?
Of course.
Like this other side of the coin.
Yeah.
Somebody that doesn't know the law like we do.
Yep. Well, officers don't always know the law either, but we're not
like
perfect.
we do.
That's
like
good.
We do.
I'm really glad you guys are out here then.
Could I just also ask
Go ahead.
your first name?
No.
Okay.
You could ask. I'm not going to give it.
All right. I was just trying.
And
to,
I'm not going to pull the right here like they did.
just so we can.
Look at you laugh.
Just so we're
He knows.
chatting. That's all.
Yeah.
It's like
Is
we're
this a
chatting.
cordial conversation?
All right. Okay.
I'm
yeah.
not detained.
No.
I'm just asking.
No, not at all.
Okay.
But that's why I just said, hey, can I have it? You said no, that's fine. And that's how I talk to people.
It's okay.
That way, say your name.
You
is Mike.
should.
I say, hey, Mike.
I don't want to lie to you.
So the thing is, some people don't understand the law.
Uh-huh.
So then they might get nervous because they might think like you're gonna break somebody out.
With the camera?
No,
Come on. Oh yeah, the camera's just gonna snag somebody out, dude.
Maybe
Come
we're gonna
on.
use intel.
You know what?
I'm just throwing it out there, okay?
Yeah. Well, you know what?
I know the law. You know
You
the
can't
law.
assume, right? You can't use that against. You can't use that against me and say,
no.
"Oh well, later on something might happen." Look, this happens every day, okay, with or without a camera.
No,
So.
and nobody's saying nothing.
And if they were doing their fucking job instead of feeding the pussycats over there, maybe somebody wouldn't break out, right? Yeah. Do your job, buddy. Yeah. F you too. Freedom of speech. It's all right. Code of conduct though sucks. Yeah. Anyway.
You have a cool accent.
Thank you. He just flipped me off, but that's all right.
That's it.
It's real professional. It looks great for the prison. Really good. Oh, is that your fucking IQ or is it that one? Which one? That's your IQ? Okay. Good to know.
All right, I'm just making sure you're cool.
That's fine. I'm cool with you. You're cool with me.
Yeah.
Go tell them to kick rocks.
Okay, you got it. Yeah.
You heard her, right? Kick rocks. Kick them. He said I was going to get arrested.
No.
That's what he said. You're going to arrest me? Come on. Arrest me. He would love to get me in there and beat the out of me, wouldn't you? Go ahead. Shake your head. Yeah, I dare you. Yeah.
Well, now you're
Yeah.
causing a scene.
Causing a scene?
Yeah.
You can't be the complaint of a disorderly.
No,
I have
no,
free
I
speech.
know,
I didn't threaten anybody. I will protest here and yell and scream until my heart desires.
Like that. Am I?
I was talking to him, not you.
I know.
Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Can you talk? Can you say something? Say something. She's in control.
No.
All
I'm
right.
not in control.
No, no.
I'm not in control of nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not in control of nothing. I just like everybody. He'll tell you.
Yeah.
I talk to everybody the same. Do
Yeah.
I not?
He should.
I
He
do.
should.
I do. I do.
I've heard different things from a lot of different people about Philly in the departments. You know what I mean? But you're not all the same. We're all individuals, right? So I treat you that way. You give me respect, I will give it to you.
I treat everybody nice.
If you treat me like and blow smoke on my
Yes.
and say, "Oh, I'm going to arrest you if you don't give me your ID," blah blah blah, and I'm going to give you the same respect, and that's not going to be any.
Yes.
So
Let me
you should
over air
you
just so
should have
nobody
seen. Good.
comes over.
Good.
8:31.
Pretty sure they know what's going on now.
They know they're starting to get it, but he'll never get it. He'll never get it, but that's all right. That's where I come in. That's where they come in.
Exercising his right. And we're just going to let him go.
Let's be transparent.
Never stopped him or anything. But we just don't want to uproar more people coming around.
That's it. That's it. She couldn't have done it better. Why are you not a Sarge?
No. Come on now.
Why are you not a Sarge?
Because I'm on boots on the ground, baby. Boots
No,
on the ground.
become a Sarge. Do the city of Philly a favor and become a sergeant. Why? You don't want to babysit?
You're flattering me.
You don't want to babysit?
See, now I'm upset. I don't even know your first name to call you. Hey, Mike. You're flattering me.
Close.
All right.
But no cigar.
Dang. I love the accent, right?
It's Boston. Come on, I got a Boston hat on. Jeez.
Okay, so me and
I am a Phillies fan though. Don't.
me and the kids are always saying khakis. Are you saying?
I'm not.
khakis or
Don't do that. I'm not doing that with you right now. No.
Come
no.
on.
No.
I gotta end it with a joke.
Park the car in the Harvard yard. That. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Are you saying? Are you saying khakis or khakis? I don't know.
They hate the fact that we're talking like this right now. They were hoping that you were gonna haul me in there, dude.
Nope.
Yo, I'm telling you, that's what they thought.
Ain't happening. Not today.
I'm not doing anything illegal.
No, you're not. You're not.
And I'm not going to. Their property line, I'm assuming, and I don't like assumptions, but I try to play it safe. That's right there. So.
Man, you can keep it all together. She's gonna give me her encounter.
That's it. Cordial, not detained.
Yeah. That's it. Man, so this is it.
Did you see the Philly? Did you see the Philly video with the bike cops over at the federal jail?
No.
You don't know about that?
I don't follow all that jazz.
Yeah. Well, you should because it's an internal investigation on all 8 of them.
Well, no,
Yeah. He detained me and said I couldn't leave because I was taking pictures of the prison over there in the federal jail.
Well, I get why some people get a little nervous.
I don't care. You can't tell me I can't keep moving.
I can't detain you.
No, he did.
Yeah.
Really bad. And then they sent like 8 more cops on bikes. It was hilarious.
Well, that's why I
hilarious.
don't want more cops
No,
coming.
there's no need of it.
But see, the problem is people call 911.
I know. Just tell them, hey, look, he's exercising his rights. He's not bothering anybody.
That's it.
Just tell the reporting party to keep it moving.
That's it. That's it.
So,
All right, so just say you're cool.
yeah, I'm cool.
I'm cool. I'm
All right.
out.
All right. Become Sarge, will you?
It's nice to meet you.
You too.
We can do pounds, right?
All right. Yeah, you got a business card?
No, I'm
No?
cinnamon, dude. You can't forget that.
No, I can't.
The
But
only cinnamon.
I will tell you one thing, and you. I do file complaints on officers, but I also file accommodations.
Okay.
Okay, I do. I don't play one side. I
I'm
play
just glad you're okay. I don't want anybody hurt ever.
No, everybody's fine out here. I'm worried about them, about me, rather than anything else.
Hey, you do your,
you know?
hey, it's your right.
But no, I will put in a good word for you too. Okay, and no, seriously, and I'd
He
love.
can be a sergeant, not me.
No, I used to become a sergeant, lieutenant, something. How long you been here in Philly on the force?
25 years.
25 years, and you don't have stripes?
I never took a test. Never took a test.
And you? 12 years? No Sarge? Come on.
We'll push them.
Push them. You guys deserve it. Seriously, we need good cops like you guys. You know what I mean?
Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
glad.
I'm not anti-police or anything. I'm not against anybody, any police departments, but I am against certain individuals who work in those capacities.
They just need proper training.
That's where I come in.
Well, I'm getting back to work.
Okay.
I'm gonna go school them.
Yeah.
All right.
I love it. Go school them.
It's class time. Okay.
Yeah, right.
All right.
I love it.
My buddy Mike from Boston.
I haven't met such a charming, beautiful police officer in a long time. Seriously, with this demeanor. I really haven't. It really brightens my day.
Oh,
Seriously.
thanks.
And you know what? My subscribers are gonna love it too.
All right.
So,
I treat everybody the same.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, you should. Not everybody's a criminal, you know what I mean?
No, and even if they are, you still don't have to be mean to them.
Exactly.
So
Yep.
I've arrested people and bought them things.
Well, of
Hey,
course.
You need a water, you need a shirt,
Yeah.
you need,
Yeah, it's just,
so-
we're all human,
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
everybody makes mistakes, so. All right, well, I'm going to let you guys go. Be safe, all right? Thank you. Really great cop right there. Oh, man, look at this powwow. Oh, jeez. They brought the paddy wagon? Oh, man. You didn't really think I was going to go in jail today, did you? Have a good one. See you later. I love it. Hey, I thought I was going to get arrested today. What happened? Be safe. Oh, man, look at that walk of shame. Cinnamon. Kudos to her, man. Kudos.
Whoa.
Seriously, much respect. Hey, officer. Hey, what district do you work out of? 8? Awesome. Thank you. Have a go, man. Be safe. Thank you. They sent the wagon out here on me. Good Lord. All right, everybody. So that's going to conclude our visit over here today in the city of Philadelphia, Philadelphia Department of Prisons for our failed First Amendment audit on the prison staff. Started off over here with a lady over here coming at me, getting in my face, telling me she's going to do this and do that for recording her. I had absolutely nothing to do with her. She put her into mine, and we just went at it. And I'm telling you right now.
Anyway, so it's a good party. What I remember of it. It's what Hollywood's going through right now. And a lot of them are just, it's going to, like I've said before, it's going to be a lot easier to just maintain believing the lie than facing the truth, because my God, the ego is everything to these people. Relevance and ego is the currency of Hollywood. Unfortunately, that's a very dated currency. Hollywood, I think, scripted entertainment. I floated this out there a few years ago, not actually expecting it to be true. But I think it's a I don't think it's true yet, but I think it's a possibility. I think it could be real sooner than Hollywood thinks. I think scripted entertainment will always be around in some form or another, but it just won't be revered, respected, or as relevant as it was in the 20th century. It's essentially a 20th century model, and we're seeing a lot of the 20th century models kind of die. Legacy media, broadcast, music, anything that went digital that has to compete with itself now is starting to become less relevant because it has to compete with itself and you. So Elon's been thrown around. We are the media now. Where have you heard that before? We are the media now. You are.
I'll check it out, Tapadeus.
You are the media now. And God, the media is so mad about it. It's great.
I got a few.
They can't conceive of being wrong. They cannot. They cannot. There are precious few out there who are out there. Mostly it's just regular people going, I was just in this bubble and maybe my bubble's wrong. There was some girl on TikTok who was like, I genuinely want to figure this out because I was wrong. And I'm like, that's cool. I mean, I like that. I like that attitude. I think one of the best pieces of evidence that they were wrong is so many of them coming over who were against Trump and this whole and against fighting back against the anti-woke narrative, who are now seeing the other side of things going, yeah, it was a loser. It was a loser all along. And we just decided to believe the lie instead of face the truth. Coffee time. I got to go over. At least I have two screens here. Where is my Discord? There it is. I'm not going to spoil it, but I will briefly discuss the Penguin later. I'll just tell you, wow, what a finale. Absolute banger. Holy shit. It's a true villain, or unlike the Joker, it's a true villain origin story. And I'll just say this, if you haven't watched the Penguin is like 1,000 times better than the Batman movie. It really is. And by the end, I'll just say, as formidable as the Joker. They did it. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Oh, we do have some shocking news today. We'll start out with this. I think they actually wrote about it. Oh, I got to do the read. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Time to do the read. This episode is brought to you by 1775 Coffee. Ever check the back of your creamer package? Spoiler alert, it's all a chemistry set. Oils, sugars, thickeners, and no real dairy in sight. Yeah, take a look at your baby food too, by the way. If for those young parents out there, keep up. Eye on that. If that's how you're starting your day, it's time to upgrade to 1775 Protein Creamer. This is a real deal, 10 grams of whey protein to fuel your energy, support muscle recovery, and keep you feeling full longer. Without the sugar crash, I should say. Zero sugar, zero fat, under 50 calories. It's non-GMO, naturally flavored with vanilla. We like vanilla. And proudly American fuel for people who don't settle. Pair it with 1775 single origin coffee, and you're not just waking up, you're fueling up with purpose. Pure, high quality, and unapologetic. This blend is crafted for mornings that match your mindset. Use code NERDROTIC for 15% off and make your mornings as strong as your beliefs. Yeah. You know, one of the beliefs I think we all cherish is pride in our work, right? Like whatever we do, mowing the lawn, dusting, washing the car,
reading Access Media articles over and over again until your brain completely rots. Pride in your work. You know, it's really good to, you know, double check, triple check, make sure the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed in any job you do. In any job you do. You don't want to fuck up the fries at McDonald's. You don't want to be that guy or girl, right? Trump didn't do it. Well, somebody fucked up. I saw this from our good friend, My Nerdy Home. Tweeted this out. Couldn't believe it. But it is true. And it gets funnier. It gets funnier. Just a moment. Building up. Buy myself time. Get to this article. I'm going to share right now. Just this second. Here we fucking go. Oh. Thanks, X-Ray Girl. Oh, let me blow this up so we can all read it. 125 is good for me. All right. Mattel's Wicked movie dolls mistakenly list porn site on packaging. Yes. And you bet your ass I went on eBay before the articles hit and bought one. So I've got one. I think it's what's her name? Alphabub, Beelzebub, whatever. The ugly chick on the left. I bought it, and it's because I'm a toy collector. They'll get recalled. I don't know how many are out there. There still might be some in a Target right now. Something wicked this way comes on the packaging of Mattel's Wicked dolls. Oh my God. There's a website listed on it, which is a toy box, but instead of linking to the web page of the movie adaptation of the Tony-winning musical starring some people, Mattel has mistakenly listed the URL of a porn site. So the film's official website is wickedmovie.com, but the address listed on the plastic package for the special edition dolls created in partnership with Universal Pictures is written as wicked.com. The latter website directs a page that requires users to be 18 years old, and you also have to pay a price because you go, well, Wicked Pictures. Where have I heard about Wicked Pictures before? If you're in the nerd sphere, well, okay, some of you guys probably already knew about it. Let's just be real. But there's a nerd reason you've heard of Wicked Pictures. Does the name Axel Braun mean anything to you? Kenzie Taylor, the real Captain Marvel, worked for Wicked. So if you go to the website, one of the first things somebody got a screen grab, you see Kenzie Taylor, and it's like, I like girls or some shit like that. It was so funny. See it. So yes, that Wicked Pictures. It's so fucking funny. Oh. A description of Wicked Pictures is on the website reads, established in Connecticut Park, California on March 1st, 1993, Wicked Pictures has formed with a firm commitment to produce quality parody porn movies and decision that, God, they have to do a Wicked if they haven't done already. The company has stayed true to it since the beginning. The pornographic site also notes that Wicked Pictures continues to diversify and expand commitment to quality cinematic content through films like Black Widow XXX, Captain Marvel XXX, and Axel Braun parody. So, Axel Braun is retired. Good luck in the future, buddy. Kenzie Taylor is not. She's. I followed her because of the Captain Marvel thing. Occasionally, I'm scrolling across my Twitter thing, and I just go, hopefully I'm not in the dentist office or at my, or at an AA meeting or something, and I'm like scrolling across, and there's Kenzie with her legs just whoo. Like, oh shit. But yeah, that's she is Captain Marvel. If you remember, it's a Captain Marvel we can all get behind. All right.
No, I tried.
I'm gonna hit the wrong button. No. There it is. Sorry, I got the travel board. Oh my God. It's been a great week. In a statement shared with Variety regarding the erroneous website, Mattel said, fuck. No. Hey, hello. Mattel was made aware of the misprint on the packaging of the Mattel Wicked Collection dolls, primarily sold in the U.S., which intended to direct customers to the official website. Dude, if I was Wicked Pictures, if I would make a Wicked fucking parody and just have that on the front page. And they're probably like, why did we get such an uptick in traffic? This is crazy. We deeply regret this unfortunate error and are taking immediate action to remedy this. Okay. Here's a suggestion. If I'm going to make a product and I'm going to put a website on it, the one thing I'm going to do is check where that website goes. That would be the first thing I did before I said print, because that had to get by a lot of people. A lot of people. The designers of the box, the people who print the box. So I used to work at a print shop. I know how much checking you have to do on spelling and everything else. So that got by a lot of people. Probably a lot of foreign people. Probably a lot of 4-year-old Chinese girls chained to tables. So dock them their penny a day for missing that. Parents are advised that the misprint incorrect website is not appropriate for children. Consumers who already have the product are advised to discard the product packaging or obscure the link and may contact Mattel customer support. Fucking that thing's going on sale on eBay. It's going to blow up. It might be the most successful. I don't know. I think this movie's actually going to do really well. But yeah, there it is. Wicked.com right there. So next, if you go to the right picture, I can't blow it up. Dummy. But if you look at the bottom right, see the UPC code right there, just to the left of that, between the MC and the code there, and you've got wicked.com. Photos of the incorrect address on the boxes, various Wicked dolls, including Revo's character, Alphaba, and whatever, began to circulate online after the film's Los Angeles premiere, with fans criticizing Mattel for the error. They didn't put Steph's tweet in there? They suck. Whatever. Hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Yeah, Ariana Grande. She a white girl? Some cultural appropriation there. Maybe she's just a white girl who, like, maybe she's one of those white girls who, every newscaster in California who suddenly discovered that they have a Latino last name. Is it Ariana? I don't know what her fucking name is. I don't care. If I get it wrong, I don't care. I don't care. She's Italian? Okay, well, that's all right. She's a lily white girl who spray tans every day. She's white adjacent. She survived Nickelodeon. Did she? Are we sure? She's white girl presenting. Yes. Oh my God, that was funny. That was hilarious. Yeah, Hollywood's had a tough week, man. But I do think Wicked will make it could make a shit ton of money. I don't think it's going to flop. It's part one, but I don't think it's going to flop at all. It's not. Okay. This article popped up on the feed. And this is unbelievable, Cope. This is great. This is great. From Variety, by the way, I want to remind everybody, once again, Penske Media. Penske Media owns Variety, The Hollywood Reporter, Deadline, Rolling Stone, IndieWire, amongst many other publications. All right. So what it does is those publications rotate the same fucking writers around and around who are in the same bubble as Hollywood, getting rotated around and around, and it turns into a doom loop of retardation. And it's great for content creators. It's great for the world because it makes the access media die faster, and it can't fucking die fast enough. It's the enemy of the people. They do not provide any proof at all. They are corporate mouthpieces that regurgitate press releases. Fuck them. Go out of business. That's my impartial view. They've been lying to you from the get-go. You know, and it's even with the reviews. Even with the reviews. That's what created this huge vacuum, and it was filled with you. Is shit like this. And this guy is a journalist, an older journalist who's been around for a while. He's got something to tell you guys. He's got something to fucking tell you. He's going to show you guys. He's going to show us. By the way, this is the same fucking rag that just 1 month ago in 2 days wrote that fucking Toxic Fan article. Just keep that in mind. From Variety's Chris Willman. Stop blaming celebrity endorsements for Kamala Harris's loss. We need to hear from artists now more than ever. I'd love to hear from some artists. I haven't heard from any artists lately. I've heard from a lot of what do you call them now? Adult pretenders. I've heard from a lot of singers who are highly produced, don't write their own songs, or don't play any instruments. I got to give Lady Gaga a little credit. She can play an instrument. Now you're starting to see the work she's getting done now. There's Beyonce. That's Jeremy Griggs, a homosexual man's favorite artist. Always super chat him Beyonce lyrics. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Okay. Do you know that Bruce Springsteen and Beyonce lost the election for Kamala Harris? Or at least bear a large part of the responsibility for her party's failure at the polls this year? It's true, you know, at least if you listen to some of the punditry coming from conservatives and even some Democrat operative eager to find some celebs to push into the middle of their current circular firing squad. Well, I just want to point out, first person to ask Joe Biden to step down was George fucking Clooney, the man who's not a movie star. He's a celeb. You know who he is. He doesn't put a single ass in the seat when he stars in a fucking movie. As a matter of fact, his last movie went straight to streaming. Listening to some of these voices, you'd think that Harris would have won 6 or 7 swing states. If only Beyonce hadn't showed up to deliver one single 4-minute rally speech, or if Taylor Swift hadn't devoted a singular 300-word Instagram post to a Harris endorsement. Imagine the more favorable electoral counts. I can read. If only some of the most beloved pop culture figures in the world had kept their dirty trap shut, right? Personally, I'm going to I don't think the celebrity endorsement moves the needle in any way, shape, or form. But I will say, I think if we want to talk about the net negative, it's slight, but it has a net negative. I think celebrities going out there discourage people roll their eyes, they laugh, and it's a net negative, meaning it doesn't bring you the optics you're hoping for. You're hoping for good optics. You're hoping to get people to the polls. And what it does is not do that. And I think more often than not, it just goes, fuck these people. I'm so fucking sick of them. That's a net negative. Whether they vote or not, it's still a net negative. It's about optics. And also, celebrities don't like attaching themselves, well, most don't like attaching themselves to losers. There are celebrities out there who are fucking dyed-in-the-wool leftists, absolutely believe it, and good for them. But most of them are dipshits. This isn't much of an exaggeration of some of the post-election sniping out there. A-list celebrity endorsements boomerang on Harris Democrats, read the headline of a reported news story in The Hill on Saturday. Overseas, The Guardian ran a Wednesday morning quarterbacking piece titled, "Did Celebrity Endorsements Actually Harm Kamala Harris?" These are good questions. These are good questions to have. That's all they're asking. And I am not going to support fuck The Guardian. The Guardian could go as fast as you, Variety. Never forget, Variety is the one that fired the first shot at fans over the Rings of Power. I won't forget that. I think a good question, a good article you'll never see from the Access Media is, has the Access Media harmed the relationship between Hollywood and the customer? The answer is an emphatic. Ancient alien theorists say yes. Some right-leaning publications actually declared that the whole idea of artists and entertainment speaking up had suddenly just been killed in its tracks. It was. I mean, like, apparently never to be seen again in 2028. Oh, no, we never said that. I never said that. Or any time after Kamala Harris and the death of the celebrity endorsement. Read a headline in The Spectator in the UK, echoed by an equally breathless piece in the New York Post titled, "How Kamala Harris Killed the Celebrity Endorsement, Parading A-listers Over Policies, and always is always a recipe for disaster." It is. Because eventually you have to talk about policies. That's where it was lost. What they're trying to do here is defend their own, right? When people say the celebrity endorsement is dead, you want to know why we say that? What's your name? Dick fuck. It's Chris. Chris, you know why we say that? You know why we say the celebrity endorsement is dead? Because the celebrity is dead. And it's been dead for a long time. A long time. People go, well, there's still movie stars. There's Tom Cruise. Yep. Who else? Who else? Who else, based on their name alone, being involved in any fucking movie, is going to put ass in seats? Nobody now. Nobody. I said it in my video. I'll say it again. You want to know why? It's because we got to know them. We got to know them. They're not relevant anymore. Justine Bateman, even in her brilliant Hollywood is Dead article, talked about, I think it was the Hollywood Reporter, which is owned by the same people who own this, trotting out like A-list celebs, and then 6 months later, here's the future A-list celebs for Hollywood, and it was actors. 6 months later, they do, here's the future of A-list celebs in Hollywood, and it was all TikTokers and Instagrammers that none of us have heard of. None of us. And she accurately described them as basically infomercial salesmen and women, which is true. I saw that list going around on Twitter, and everybody's like, who the fuck are these people? I have no fucking idea. I don't care. I don't go on. I'm a grown-ass adult man in my 50s, and yes, I surround myself with action figures, but I have fucking standards, and I draw the line at looking at fucking TikTok. Okay? Jesus Christ. That thing sucks your fucking testosterone and testosterone out at the same time through all the holes. Don't watch that shit. It feminizes you as a man. As a man. Like Instagram. I don't go on Instagram. So I don't know. TikTok's fucking terrible. Shorts suck. I know they're all over this fucking platform too. But musicians, and you know what? Maybe I'm just an old man yelling at a cloud. I don't give a fuck. Excuse me. I don't want to DSP you. I'm going to mute. My apologies. I didn't hit that mute button earlier. You're probably going, damn it. Musicians and actors and their ilk, they had a marvelous time ruining everything in this election cycle. To quote one of the most famous of these endorsers, most succinctly to the tune of blame Canada, blame Hollywood or New Jersey or Nashville or wherever all those pesky singers come from. So this guy's a music, so he's mainly talking about pop singers, right? So let me bore you with my thoughts on the music industry real quick. ESP again. Let me bore you with this because so many of you have heard it before, but there might be some new people here. The music industry at one time was bigger than the movie industry, was bigger than TV. It was the most relevant thing in the world. During my time, after my time too, I'd say it kind of died out with millennials. But music was, everybody wanted to be a rock star. Everybody wanted to be a musician. That was our fucking internet back in the day. You know, that's how we got together. We went to shows, we went to concerts, everything. There was always music playing, always. And it was new and it was interesting. And there was concept albums, double albums, bands, multiple bands that were new, filling stadiums everywhere. There was fucking Live Aid, and they brought back Woodstock, which was a stupid idea. Coachella in the early days. There was Lollapalooza. All the exciting creative things were happening in music. We had multiple, we had metal and glam metal and punk and grunge. We had all these like subgenres of subgenres. It was a very healthy industry. And then they digitized. And it was like overnight. Over fucking night. It was done because you made it accessible, like overly accessible. Most of it was free. Early Napster days, we all loved them. Come on. But what we didn't know what we were doing is we were killing the thing we loved. And, but it's not our fault. It's the music industry's fault for not changing with those times. And they were a bunch of fucking dinosaurs. And now we're left with the music industry we have now. It's still an industry. It still makes money, but nothing innovative is happening. Taylor fucking Swift. I mean, compare her to Michael Jackson. And I wasn't like musically, I'm more of a Prince guy, to be honest with you, because musicianship and stuff. But I recognize that Michael Jackson was the king of pop. He was fucking huge. He sold out everywhere internationally. Compare that to Taylor Swift, an up jump country singer who there's a great article from The Atlantic from 2015 that kind of describes the state of pop music that we're still in right now. And it's basically algorithmic. All this shit is written by a handful of people, a lot of old metal musicians and stuff. And now we're in this space where there's still exciting music happening, but it's going to be on a much smaller level. And it's going to be the artists probably just promoting themselves, which is good. It's good, but it's a long way from becoming important again. Maybe it will, but it was the most important thing. Eclipsing movies, everything. Movie stars wanted to be rock stars. Athletes wanted to be rock stars. Everybody wanted to be rock stars. And now it's Taylor Swift and a bunch of fucking garbage. Absolute garbage. My generation, maybe the millennials too, we're the first generations to say our music was better than yours to the Gen Z, and we're right. We're fucking right this time. We used to hear that from our elders too. And listen, some of the 60s and 70s shit is fucking great. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, and now the bands that are filling up stadiums are fucking ancient. Like I went and saw a sold out show with the 70 and 80-year-old Scorpions, who are still better than any fucking new band. But it's like these motherfuckers were old. They could barely move. And it was a great show. They kicked ass. Fucking U2 going out there. They're fucking ancient. Like all the, Rolling Stones that were going out there. Where's the new band that's playing their instruments or doing something interesting or innovative that's not part of a festival, that's continuously selling out like massive arenas? Like there's still some bands out there, but it's not what it was. That's exactly where Hollywood is heading. And it's in it right now. It's in it right now. The going back to genre is the rolling out the Rolling Stones for the 50th time for a stadium tour in their 60s and 70s. That's what that is. that just falling back on remakes and all that shit is exactly the same thing. And it happened in publishing too. You know, publishing's like dealt with digitized better than music. Book publishing, not comic publishing, book publishing, the ones with the words. Sorry to bore you with that, but I mean, that's, you know, you see repeated patterns. And what didn't help Hollywood, what was different than the music industry collapsing, is when that was going on with the music industry, you had artists in a pickle. They didn't want their shit stolen, right? They wanted to make money, but if you're like get up against the man and stuff, you can't say it, right? But the executives and the corporations that were in control of everything just refused to change. Like, even when the artists were calling for change at that time, they wouldn't do it. And then you had, you know, people just going, fuck it, I'm going to go on my own. I'm not going to attach myself to a record. I think Nine Inch Nails did that, Smashing Pumpkins did it, and they made a bunch of money. They just made a bunch of money. But they were established. Kind of hard for the new bands to come up. Kind of hard. And believe me, it goes way deeper than that. But with Hollywood, we had all that going on, and they were at absolute war with the customer. You know, that's what sped the process up. Back to this article. There is a good reason to believe the argument that people in the arts and entertainment speak up does not move the needle a tremendous amount. It doesn't. It doesn't. I said in my video, 2 million views in 7 days. Thank you. Thank you. Remind me to tell you a little story about the YouTube algorithm and how it behaved after Election Day, because I have tangible evidence that somebody like lifted the weight off it. Somebody hit the button, the suppression button, and turned it off. But concurrent with that argument is a reasonable belief that they can move it at least a tiny amount in registration and motivation, if not 100-degree turns. The idea of entertainers and artists' involvement somehow leads to actual voter dissuasion is a fantasy bullshit that is happily perpetrated by the go woke, go broke crowd. Bro, I'm gonna have to make a video on this now. Damn it. All right, I want to take my time with Penguin anyway. DSP again. Chris?
No, I feel like
But,
she'll
I mean-
lie and wait for 4 years and then see
Exactly.
what's available to her.
Exactly. But
Fine.
the thing is, the fact that these two have been shafted officially from the administration, could we ask for more?
Yeah,
Of course we
like
can.
I said,
but
I said,
good.
I said Trump's slogan should be like, "What more do you fucking want?" Basically,
Yeah, the guy that he
I'm doing
put
the
in
best that I can.
his borders are too is like a
Oh, man,
hard
yeah.
liner. He's a hard liner. Like there's I think I have some of his clips. Like, is this the guy that was like, what will you do about families? And he's like, well, families can be deported together.
Yes, that's this guy.
If the kids have to go back at the same time, that's fine.
He
Yeah,
was the
right.
head of
That's all right.
deportation under Obama, and Obama gave him a medal for his service. I mean, like, when you have Obama supporting your deportation efforts, you know you've got to be solid. And I think Trump has always been really enthusiastic about him, and so it's just like off to the races now.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, you had this Sotomayor.
Oh yeah, I just thought I'd throw it at you in case you want to see it.
Yeah, we will talk about that in the copium, but I think this clip here.
In the way they're going to make it hard for us. Well, I a suggestion. Help us get the hell out of the way, but we're going to do it. So if we can't.
They can't, but yeah, all these Democrat governors that are like, meh, they can't. It's a federal initiative. Like they can't. He doesn't need their help. Yeah,
right. It's like when everyone was giving Greg Abbott a hard time for being like Texas is going to enforce its own right to self-defense, and everyone, like all the Democrats, were like, "No, the Biden administration oversees this, and it's whatever." It's like, okay, so now you said it was a federal thing. Great, we'll do it federally.
Right. Yeah. Right. Like that's exactly.
Yeah,
it. It's like,
except
okay.
except with regards to sanctuary cities and states, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
they're it's absolutely 10th Amendment. You know.
Well, that's going to be the funny thing is like, it's not just him; it's the other guy that's a hardline. Stephen Miller is also a hardliner on migration.
Yeah, Miller was just transposed today.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think Stephen Miller's a good choice. I mean, he's always been really proactive on the immigration front, and he's been involved with Trump world for a long time at this point. I mean, it is always stunning to me the fact that we're basically coming up on a decade in Trump in American politics formally. He always talked about it beforehand, but like he is really a fixture now. And I think there has been a lot of time to kind of review his staff and be like, okay, Stephen Miller's in, Nikki Haley out.
I think that Trump has come to an understanding that trying to appease the deep state is not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's just hardlining them at this point. He's like, okay, former ICE official, he's going to oversee the border. I've got Stephen Miller in here too.
Yeah,
right.
Tulsi Gabbard for Secretary of State. Who knows, you know?
Right, and he doesn't need the deep state. Like, he only has 4 years, so
Yeah,
he
doesn't
might
give
as
a
well go
shit.
big and bold every single year until the end.
Well, and he also, he doesn't, like you said, he's a lame duck president. He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. Now, granted, he's gonna if he. Now, I don't think Trump thinks like this because for all the things I like about him, he definitely is a Trump first guy. But
of course.
You want him. I don't want him to go so crazy that J.D. Vance has no chance or no future Republicans have no chance. But like, he also doesn't have to worry about these dork Republicans, these never Trumpers. It looks like the House of Representatives. I'd say that the Republicans are almost certainly going to have the majority. Probably going to be 220, which allows for two dorks and to still have the majority. They have a big majority in the Senate. I mean, he's got 2 years here. They have the Supreme Court. He's got 2 years. I mean, if his policies go well, he could extend his House lead. A lot of people just automatically assume, oh, well, the midterms are going to come up. The Democrats are going to flip it. Not if inflation's down, not if gas prices are down, not if grocery prices are down, not if he's actually deporting violent criminals. Like, I don't think that it's a guarantee that this lead shrinks in the midterms. He could expand it.
The problem is the Democrats are likely to flip the House. What I would suggest is take them up on their very, very gregarious suggestion of stacking the Supreme Court.
Barbecue lot lizards.
It would have bipartisan support. You talked for years about adding 4 more seats or something like that.
Not like that, Sticks.
Why not?
Yeah, not like that.
I don't want to stack the Supreme Court, but I think
if he brings it up, though, it's going to be legendary. It
would
won't.
be
It
really
won't actually
funny.
happen, but it'll be hilarious.
I think even if the House, the threat of the House changing during midterms is good, because I think having pressure not only on Trump but on anyone he staffs right now and Republicans in Congress to do a good job and to really make the most of the next basically 18 months, 2 years kind of thing is key. I mean, it is one thing to win the races as they did last week. It's another thing to really turn it into something. And I think, that having a little bit of accountability, having a little bit of a clock isn't bad. It means that nothing can really get deferred until the end of the presidency. You see this with Biden right now. There are a couple things that he is suddenly like, the environment, I care about that again, or like student loans, I'm back, like things that he dropped in the middle, partially because I don't think he had the capacity to handle them, and partially because they just weren't the priority when he was trying to campaign for president. Now, everything has to happen, or the most important things have to happen in the first 2 years, and then you build from there, as opposed to saying like, well, we promised this, but we'll wait to the end in case we might lose the voters.
Yeah, I think right now 217 is pretty close to locked in. There's 7 remaining with Republicans leading 5 of them. So, yeah, I mean, That's from squiggly line, weird emojis. And
Yeah, they probably get the House leadership, but it's only by a couple of seats.
It's not a huge margin. I just think it's enough to keep everybody motivated and give them enough of a margin to do something. Maybe not everything, but some progress. Because that's what I think all of the American voters, like when we talk about the independents and moderates who were not interested really in politics, or they might have voted for the Democrats but felt really put off by the party and the inflation and the realities of Democratic policy, you have to now secure those and make them repeat Republican voters if you want to win the House. And that means that you have to follow through with the promises that they were attracted to.
By the way, nice marginal upgrade on the backdrop. I've noticed, another marginal upgrade. It no longer looks like a shower. Enough of you all joined on the.
It was monetized. It isn't anymore.
She was able to replace the.
To keep going from.
That's right. Yeah, if you guys unsign up,
You got demonetized 4 days before
then
the
she's
election.
right back down into the bathroom.
I eventually just like in a dark room with a
People
candle,
viewing,
being
but
like,
because
"Can
of
you
my
guys
views.
see me?"
They said they weren't going to do it.
Well,
but they
have
did.
you
You'd have to go goth for that, you know.
Yeah.
I would be down. I've always wanted to dye my hair black and be super goth, but
oh, there you go.
It's never
I've
happened.
been listening to The Cure lately.
One reason I'm still.
Oh man, I love The Cure.
Yeah, lately I've been
shout out,
I'm on switching everybody over to Rumble. 'cause I'm
as
monetized
promised,
on
I'm on back to fasting and back on my healthy
Doing a
kick.
memorial
I gained
for
all my
Chopper,
weight
so
back during the election
we're gonna
cycle that I
stay on
lost
both.
this summer. So
We're
I'm
gonna
back
run
on it.
YouTube
So now I'm
videos
going to be
for-
trying this clear protein as a lunch substitute. So we'll see. I might vomit on stream, but we'll see what goes on with that.
I've heard good things about clear
You've
protein.
forsaken your V8.
I have forsaken my V8 because even though I'm very fat, all my numbers are okay. Which basically my doctor was like, "Bro, you're running out of time to like my
Your
blood
eight
pressure's
is not okay.
all this other stuff's okay." But he's like, "It's gonna start to be not okay very soon." And the one number that was kind of a little on the high for me was sodium. So I ordered some low sodium V8. So I will still drink V8, but I'm gonna do the low sodium because it's like 2/3 of your
don't-
daily sodium.
No, don't do that.
That's something
don't-
else.
Ugh,
Yeah.
no.
Well, I like my steak. I like to salt my steaks and.
By the way,
all that kind
somebody's
of-
saying The Cure isn't goth. That's Bretling. You are wrong. The
You are
Cure
dead
is
wrong.
Goth.
Yeah, The Cure is like, I guess maybe that's.
They
First,
maybe
it might be
make
young.
extreme goth. It's the same as like mall punk or something like that. But
Yeah.
yes, they are goth.
The
I
Cure
can't-
is
We need like a
can't
full
see it.
chart where you can see the differentiations and the relationships between the
all I see
various
is
various
YouTube.
enclaves of Gothism.
Sorry, but let me
Well,
switch.
if you were in high school in the 80s or 90s, The Cure was goth. That's like, now that might be different now in
Just
in
like
the
how-
modern era. But yeah, all the goth kids listened to The Cure
Look-
when I was.
Like that, or
Yeah, Alvin says, Does Sticks know you crapped yourself in a store?
What?
I guess he
You had a
didn't
bad
know
weekend?
that. No, this was like years ago, and I told the story.
Where
They're
you
not.
shit yourself when you
Yeah.
were shopping?
Yeah, I had a explosive diarrhea while in Walmart one time, and I didn't make it to the bathroom. I told the story on like episode 2 of The Incredible Salt Mine with Bering and Dank. I know that that Albin's not doing this, but sometimes like leftoids are like use that to try to make fun of me. I'm like, I told that story on a podcast. Like,
I made a choice to reveal that story.
Yeah,
Died
like-
with me.
I'm not embarrassed by it. I got sick. Like I ate some weird Qdoba or something.
Now we gotta find
Ooh, I
out.
like
Santa
it.
Claire, have you ever shit
I
yourself?
like it.
Oh yeah, that is a rule that we
I don't think so. Not since I was a toddler, probably. But
The only
Both of
answer
us-
to that,
both of
interesting
us have
bonding on
done
the
so.
stream.
yeah. By the way, the answer is never no.
I like it.
And saved enough money to pay for 2 months of my annual membership. See, I told you. Yeah, the promo codes in the quartering chat, or in the quartering members, can pay for themselves. Cowboy Bear, what about the 14th Amendment play? Ron Paul as monetary czar and the Fed. Gold-backed currency, by the way. These wins mean nothing if you don't go back to zoning meetings. Oh, if you don't go to zoning meetings. That's true. The 14th Amendment play is bunk, right? The Supreme Court basically said, the Supreme Court squashed that. They're not going to be able to block Trump from becoming president over the Insurrection Act.
They're not going to do jack shit. The problem with trying to cock block the deep state at that level is, you'd have to go through a legal process. It would take years.
Yeah, me too.
Literally years.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to take this one on the chin.
Yeah.
They are going to punch
Even the
the deep
softest
state
toilet
out, though.
paper
I guarantee
feels
Trump,
like sandpaper
based on his
now that
hiring
I've gotten
decisions in
older.
the first few days, he's going all in. It's
Yeah,
way better than it was in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Johnson, did you see the map showing all the blue states that went to Kamala after not having voter ID? I would say this. I've seen the map. I support the map. But I will say correlation does not always mean causation. I don't think California going to Kamala as a voter, or Minnesota, which has been a deep blue state. But I will say it made a difference. Like Hannah Claire and I were talking on election night. Voter ID is why, was it Virginia? Virginia was hanging on for Trump. We both
Wasn't that a
speculated.
4-point differential in the end?
Did it open up to 4? I don't remember, but I
think it
remember with like 80% counted, he was only down 30,000 votes or 40,000 votes. So he was in it.
It was way more narrow than they were
75.
expecting, and I think that does have to do with voter
Yeah, he is
ID.
kinda hard to
I
listen
think
to sometimes.
one of the effects
I like his
of
guests, though. His
passing
co-hosts are
voter
pretty cool. I like
ID
Hannah, and I
laws
love- and I
is to
love
just
Sticks.
alert
He's
people
hilarious.
who lean Democratic that this is an issue and it's scary and whatever else, so you need to turn out to vote. I don't necessarily think it always has to be corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a demoralization
10%.
campaign, and we all witnessed it, where people were like, well, he just can't win. Don't bother going to vote, and stuff like that.
Right.
It was the standard fare. We've seen it before.
What, you heard it here first, Jeremy. Jeremy supports maps. I do, but not minor attracted persons. Eric Heffelfinger says, I crap my pants while in full fire gear on scene with a K-12 concrete saw in my hands. I should have stayed home for that one. Hey, you were maybe saving someone's life. I think if a fireman burst into my house and was saving me from the fire and he had a diarrhea, I think I'd still be pretty happy to see him. I'm just saying.
It's like the least of your concerns in that moment if you're trapped in a burning building.
Yeah, I'd be like, cool, carry me out.
I'm checking him out too.
Hannah Claire brought up this story. I don't know if Sticks, you saw it too. I wanted to give you kind of the lead on it. So they're trying to push Sonia Sotomayor out because she's 70, probably. They're worried about her retiring.
Ginsburg,
Ruth Bader,
but
yep.
who I'm not even sure was really there at the end. I think her staff was really in control of that. But the idea that the next president, so under Trump, he appointed 3 in total, and Biden got 1 recently, and so now there's this sort of pause.
Kenyatta Jackson
Right.
or whatever, right? Yeah.
Right. Whereas Trump
Kanji.
had Gorsuch, and the other 2, I can't remember the name. Coney Barrett,
Barrett, and Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh. Thank you.
I see
How could we
poor
forget
piggies once in a
Kavanaugh in his
while.
dramatic entry into things? So,
Oh
but
my
if you talk
God,
about-
the way that they
He pops
treated
in
him
once
was
in a while
terrible.
still. Usually when I'm actually doing
that
it,
was bad.
And it's actually-
He's got an axe to grind. Trust me.
Yeah, well, and it's similar to some of the allegations that were brought up against Clarence Thomas when he was appointed way back in the day. And so now Sotomayor and Thomas are kind of looking like the next 2 who are retirement eligible. I don't think Thomas wouldn't go if it weren't for Trump or some kind of Republican.
Yeah.
But right after the election, right before, they were saying, well, the next president could decide 2 Supreme Court justices. They
They
could
had
appoint
issues,
2
huh?
Supreme Court justices. Obviously, it's not going to be on their own. But now I feel like if you're Clarence Thomas, you should be looking at February of next year, being like, I'm leaving at the end of the
this
term,
is-
because that gives you the Senate, House, and the executive branch. Whereas Sotomayor, basically, the Democrats kind of threw her to the wolves on November 7th, being like, well, maybe we should maybe you should retire.
Well, there were rumors.
The Democrats have been cannibalizing their own Supreme Court justices. They're like, basically, if you're over 65, We've
Well, they
got
want
a
somebody who's-
solution for you.
They
Drop
want
out.
they want somebody like Jumanji Jackson or whatever her name is that's more progressive.
And remember,
Sonia-
Sotomayor
Oh my
was more
God.
progressive when she was appointed. I mean, that was
Yeah.
the thing. Like, they're just drifting and drifting. But if you remember, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was like the feminist hero, and she's so great and do whatever. And then if you read a lot of her obituaries after she died, because she died while in office, people were like, "We actually wish you had retired under Obama, because you dying under Trump has really done a disservice to us." Like,
I
this
have
is
a
a line
feeling-
in her obituary.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that they put an animatronic skeleton inside of a preserved body in order to make it jerk awake occasionally, so it looked like she was still alive.
I believe they did that
Um,
with Dianne Feinstein. She was
I don't-
like
She was
a
a bad
dead
date.
woman walking. Yeah.
Call me naive, but I believe the judiciary should generally be independent, and so I don't really like to politicize it. But the liberals are running a risk if Sotomayor doesn't drop out. She's got adult diabetes. She's 70 years old. She could very well die in the next 4 years.
It's not
Well,
even
entirely
or she could be
possible.
forced to retire for health reasons.
She
And
could
even if she
retire or
retired-
she could die.
But if she retired now, I mean, it's November 11th. There's not really enough time. Like, Biden might appoint someone, but there's not enough time for Congress to see it through,
Confirmation,
I
yeah.
think.
Yeah, well, if you also
Yeah, I
look
mean,
at
you're right. That's the problem.
if you're the Democrats too, I mean, so I mean, everybody's old, basically, in the Supreme Court. Kavanaugh's a little younger. Some of the newer people are a little bit younger. Jumanji
Tony Barrett's
Jackson.
pretty young.
Yeah, Coney Barrett, who betrayed Trump, betrayed Republicans. I think, right? She flipped on the border shit. I think
She's had some not great calls. I mean, they all go back and
Yeah.
forth, but she's maybe the weakest of the picks right now.
Yeah.
The funniest part is Gorsuch going off in the left-wing direction with regards to anything related to Native Americans. If it has to do with tribal grounds, archaeology, anything like that, he has been one of their most steadfast goddamn heroes, actually.
And I'm kind of with you, like, they should be independent. I don't want to necessarily know exactly every decision they're going to make beforehand. On the other hand, some of them you're like, really? This is the issue you're breaking on?
I kind of do want to know the decisions they're making on because I want them to follow the Constitution. But I do say that I know what you're saying, Hannah Claire, too. You know, but like, I also think if you're a Democrat though, and you're looking at Sotomayor, 70, okay, can she survive 12 years? Because if you're a Democrat right now, you've got no bench, none. Republicans do have a bench. They have, J.D. Vance. Obviously, he's in his 40s for crying out loud. I mean, if he were to, let's say he were to win after Trump and serve 8 years, she's not serving for 12.
Yeah.
So I think you're looking at not just Trump, but you're like, crap. Well, if we lose the next election, although in
Right.
America it seems like it's basically
She's almost sure to die at that point.
right.
And
Or
I
be
think
forced to
they're
retire.
trying to weigh that, but the thing is, if they try to cast her aside because she's female, and this is what the Democrats have done, then it looks sexist.
Well, you
Right.
could replace her with another female, but
but even if you do that, it's not a good look.
Well, the thing is, she's the same age as Chief Justice John Roberts. Clarence Thomas is older than both of them, and I think Samuel Alito is slightly older than younger than Thomas, older than Roberts and Sotomayor. And so the question is, if she is the first one to go, it's like kind of 2 6 points. Why does she have to leave as one of the few females versus these 3 men who are eligible? It obviously comes down to party politics and the
Yeah.
way that they lean and who they think they can ask to step away from the bench. But all 3 of those men could retire under Trump in the next 2 years and have them appoint successors in their favor. There's only one shot for Democrats, and really there's none because there's no time.
My hope is that Roberts departs and decides to take one for the team, and Trump can replace him, preferably with somebody who's in their 30s or something like that.
Would that be
Somebody who'll
amazing?
be on the court for the next 40, 50 years.
I would really love. I think Clarence Thomas has been our strongest, in my opinion. Like I've agreed with him more
He
often
should
than not.
he should not retire.
I
He's
don't
done
want
an
him to
incredible
retire,
job.
but I do want him to have a plan to let's say in 2026,
Right.
2027. Like I want him to have an exit plan. I don't want this to happen to him.
Right. It reminds me of when people talk about Ron Paul. They're like, make Ron
Yeah.
Paul Speaker of the House. And it's like, Ron Paul has done a great service to the nation, but he is also in
He's
his
a million.
late 80s.
Yeah.
Like, let's maybe not make that our default plan. Let's look to the rest of the team. Clarence Thomas has the most seniority and is the oldest on the court. And so I don't want him to go. I like him. But realistically, he is in a position where retiring and having an exit plan is better than him suddenly passing away. And similar for like Samuel Alito, right? Like,
Right.
I think he's pretty good on a lot of issues. Not everyone's perfect, but again, he is one of the people with more seniority. He leads conservative, and he's the second oldest person on the court right now. And so the idea that you would just go into 4 years, or at least even just 2 years of Republican control in the House and Congress, and like, but you guys are fine, just hang out, is a little bit of a risk, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I think you're both right.
Yeah, you
like,
don't
Sotomayor
want a
is
Ginsburg
stuck.
moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like, I mean, not only are Democrats reeling from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but the Republicans have to know that, like, this was a great thing for the Republicans. It is like, we don't want that to happen to us. Like, we
You've
don't
got
want...
the chance to transform everything, especially in the judicial sense, for an entire generation.
You could
Take
secure
the chance.
Yeah, like you said, put people in there who are in their 30s and 40s. 30s might be a little young, but 40s at least. And it's like, dude, you could secure the Republican majority on the Supreme Court for 30 years.
Right.
You know, like,
Yep.
it is, I mean, that would, you want to talk about legacy? Trump having the Supreme Court clear out, get more America First people in there.
He's in his 80s,
Yeah, but
though.
for somebody
and, like,
who's that old, he's doing pretty well.
the
And
other
you
thing, though,
can
is that, like,
you can tell he loves his fucking job. He's just like Breyer. He's the conservative version of Breyer. One thing about Breyer is he really loved his job, and so he would constantly berate everyone left, right, and center if they came forward with a case or something. He thought it was
Right.
hilarious. He enjoyed it.
and
Clarence
reading
Thomas
his
is sort of the
opinions, he
same.
was always like throwing stuff around. He was always sarcastic in them. It was really funny.
Yeah.
I
Well,
agree.
explain to me why I should take you seriously here. Ha ha ha.
He
thought it was
had
funny.
a good time, and I think that's a good personality trait for a justice. I mean, you
Yeah.
have to just like love your job. You're there forever. But you know, the
I'd have to get the
long-term
temperature
investment in the
control
court would be good. And I think with Clarence Thomas, one of the hard things is
My well water
that
is too
people
cold.
in the media go after him so often for, like, you know, not filing taxes or
RV.
doing whatever. Right. And so there is this question of, like, again, I like him. It's not that I want him to retire, but he's the oldest. He's got a target on him, and strategically, if he retired next year, it would take a little bit of a while for confirmation. He's not going to leave in the middle of a term, but potentially this is the time to secure a really nice legacy for him.
And Printer God, let me say this
honestly,
quick. Let me say this
go
quick.
ahead.
Yeah, Printer God said Republicans can deny quorum. Leaving the seat vacant would be stupid of the Dems to try and force her out. Not worth the risk. Yeah, that's probably true. What were you going to say, Sticks?
I was going to say, with Clarence Thomas, I will make a rare exception. I know that it's not pragmatic to keep him on the court because he is on the older side, but he's done such a good job, and he flummoxes the liberals so much.
They hate him.
There's no way that I can possibly say that I would want to kick him off the court.
Well, let's
Fair
say
enough.
we'll
I
give
just
him
can't.
2 years.
I can't bring
Give him-
give him a couple of years. I can't
He's
bring myself.
culturally iconic. And again, the
Better
thing is
than the
now there
seashells,
are
for
4
sure.
years. I mean, if you want to make sure you can appoint who you want fast, then the 2 years are critical because of the control of the House and the Senate. But you know, he could hang out. I'm not saying he has to leave right now. I'm just saying that it's more likely that Trump. I mean, can you imagine Trump 4 years as president, appoints 3 justices? There's a break. Biden gets 1. And then he comes back and he appoints 3 more justices. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
wild.
but the thing is, if he appoints in the wake of Clarence Thomas, it would just be replacing a conservative with a conservative. I would say just let him serve out, at the very least for a couple of years, And at the end of that, then if you want to cycle him out, you can try that. But he's got latitude. He can do whatever the hell he wants. And Clarence Thomas has been one of the foremost justices on the court that's actually delivered good decisions. So
yeah, I don't want him out.
God, the liberals tried to Me Too him before Me Too was a thing.
Yeah,
I don't want him out.
Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah, I don't want him out. I don't want him to die.
He sexually assaulted her.
Yeah, I think that yeah, I agree. I don't want him out, but I do want him to have a succession plan.
Yeah.
And I do think that it's entirely possible that this guy might want to enjoy a few years of his life. I know that's
not there.
Yeah.
I think he enjoys actually being on the court, though, sort of like Breyer. Like
Yeah.
these are the sort of the workhorses, and they're like, I'm on the Supreme Court. This is great.
It's true.
And I think that after the white liberal NIMBYists, including Joe Biden, ironically enough, decided to cast him off as a rapist and stuff like that, he said, "Okay, I'm gonna lodge in here like a parasite and just drain you."
I just
And
don't
he
want him to
loves
be
it.
our Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? I would hate for something terrible to happen. You know, if Republicans don't win the White House 4 years from now, and unfortunately, you know, something happens to Clarence Thomas, he either has to retire or he passes away. I would hate for that seat to be lost so dramatically. And that was one of the questions with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But again, like, he doesn't have to go first just because he's the oldest, right? Alito's there, Roberts is there. You know, there are other options to give solid appointments to young America First conservatives.
There were
Also, he's
stories
in physically speaking, he's in reasonable condition too.
Yeah, there were also
They are,
rumors, though.
What I know.
There were rumors that Biden begged Ruth Bader Ginsburg to retire too. I'm not Biden. Obama. Obama
Yeah,
like, begged her because they knew.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. They knew.
No, it was again, like, she was this feminist icon, but then when I was writing her obit for you know, my previous job, you couldn't get through any of the liberal ones without people being like, but you kind of ruined everything for us because now Trump gets to replace you, which is the very each your own mentality. I don't know that conservatives would do that to someone like Clarence Thomas or Alito or whatever, but you know, timing is sort of everything in politics, and the idea that you would have control of all of the branches of government right now and not do something to secure that is maybe not the best move.
But wasn't Ginsburg a decade older than Clarence Thomas?
She was in her
died
80s.
at like in her late
she
80s.
was
But
really old.
Thomas is in his 80s now, I think, or he's 78 right now.
He's
let
got
me
four. You know, men live to an average of 82, right? Like, no less than that. In
He's
their 70s.
76. He's only 76. Oh, he can go another 4 years.
Okay,
Six is, like,
fine.
the old- But then the thing is, like, if he can go another 4 years and God forbid Republicans or conservatives or America First or whatever loses the White House and then he can't go anymore, what's the legacy?
Yeah.
Pay him
he's-
off and get him out in his 79th year.
That's fine. Yeah.
And recognize that the dude really was transformative on SCOTUS.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because that's what I
that's
want.
good.
I don't want it to
He's-
be like our own version of RBG where people are writing in his obit,
I
were great, but then
exactly.
you wait too long.
I can't think of a single other Supreme Court justice actually in the last century that's been more transformative than Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, it's wild. Some
He's,
messages,
he's basically the litmus test for SCOTUS justice.
some.
I'm gonna get Sticks Clarence Thomas merch for Christmas.
Yeah, he loves them. Yeah. Some member messages.
Joseph.
Andrew Jacob says, Jeremy, with all due respect, I sincerely hope she stays with you as long as possible. I think Hannah Claire would be a perfect Trump White House secretary, maybe the best ever press secretary. Sure. I mean, I would love to take that resignation letter. Alex says,
No, I would just do it live from the White House press briefing room. What are you talking about?
That's right. Yeah, right.
That would
why not
benefit the
both?
live stream greatly, you know?
Yeah, I
Thanks,
think
Bertie.
we could do both. Alex says, Happy Veterans Day to all fellow veterans in chat today. Cooking Inferno says, I'm going to the Dragon's Den on Thanksgiving dinner with my lesbian moms, where major comma supporters. I'm going to enjoy my victory lap around the table, as you should. Wait till after dinner, though.
I assume it's losers pay for dinner, yes?
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to be bursting at my in-laws Thanksgiving. Like, how there's going to be all these moments where I'm just like, I'm not going to say it. And like, my wife's going to be like, don't do it. And at some point, I'm just going to, it's going to happen. There's no way I'm not doing it.
I want them to bring it up to you first. I want them to be
Yeah.
like, Jeremy, let's leave politics aside. Try to act like it's not a big deal, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, you admit that I was right.
Well, they don't know.
Our Thanksgiving has been fundamentally ruined because of political infighting.
Oh, see,
It's just a part of the culture.
my parents, or my family is happy Trump won, but the in-laws, there are certain Democrat strongholds in the in-laws, but they don't know where I'm at politically. Like, they don't know. So, like, every time they talk politics, I always bite my tongue. Like, and they're always very, very wrong. And I just don't say anything. But I feel like I'm 41 now. Like, I could get in there. And
I mean, you've been married for a long time. It's not like your first Thanksgiving with them, right?
I've been going to Thanksgiving with this family for 25 years.
So at a certain point, like,
yeah,
I feel like you're pretty solid. Maybe your first Thanksgiving with your in-laws or like your significant other's people, I'd bite my tongue too. But
Just tell them your audience total and be like, okay, I'm allowed to weigh in with my opinion. Like, just throw your weight around.
I think I'm gonna do right after pumpkin pie. I'm gonna excuse myself to the bathroom and then come back wearing my MAGA hat. I think that's might be what I do.
that'd be funny.
The John Black says, who do you support for Republican leadership? Oh, Rick Scott, I think.
That's an issue we have to talk about because Rick Scott, I lived in Florida for a while.
Yeah.
He is not principled MAGA. But the problem is the two people, Thune and Cornyn, are so fucking bad that he's literally the only replacement. If Rand Paul's not willing to rise to the challenge, there is nobody else.
Yeah.
So we have to deal with Rick Scott. So, I mean, I'm going to be supporting him, but it's going to be with reluctance.
I feel like I have to think about it a little bit. I think the obvious choice for a lot of people is Rand Paul. And this is more true in the House. Right? As far as I know, he doesn't. But this is more true in the House where there are so many people. But sometimes there is someone who is on the right sides that just doesn't have the same kind of like press coverage, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And I kind of agree with Styx. Like, Rick Scott is getting thrown out there, but I'm not sure he would be my number one pick. But I don't know who would be.
The thing is, I mean, better than Thune, better than Cornyn. I mean, Cornyn, he signed off on the anti-gunnery. Yeah. He's basically a McConnellite. He signed off on the anti-gunnery. And then, Thune, he speaks for himself. So we don't even need to discuss him. The only person that's actually in the running that's capable of any form of leadership, I mean, on the MAGA side, would be Rick Scott. I have my misgivings about him. Again, you would see him down in Florida. He's total neocon. He's kind of come around to populism. I would rather Rand Paul, but the problem is Rand Paul's not interested in it all.
I also think there's a lot of shenanigans around that.
Yes.
It's easy to say that. I'm saying it's easy to say you're not interested when it's not an offer for you. That's a power move. Who knows? Maybe Trump picks up the phone. It's like, dude, are you really going to turn down this? Like, are you really going to turn down this, like, superstar role? And maybe he sings a different tune behind the. It's like when you go to a car dealership, like, I'm not interested. And then you say that to get the price down, and then suddenly, it was the car I wanted all along. RoboGuy says one thing I thought about is we managed to get Rick Scott for Senate leadership, but end up losing the House. I hope that doesn't happen. We're not going to lose the House. Republicans are going to have a majority. It's just a matter of how much, and it's still going to be razor thin.
Probably about.
Jeremy said to me before the show, like, they're not calling it because it's so clear Republicans have won, and I think there is some truth to that. Like, if Republicans had lost the House, every Democratic outlet would be projecting it everywhere because it's their one victory.
It's the only thing they have. Yeah, exactly.
We didn't lose everything.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you guys follow Tommy Tuberville. He's a senator from Alabama, but I know he's proposed Mike Lee, I think from Utah, as Senate leadership. And so I think one of the interesting things will be to see how the Senate starts to break up into its own camp. Because again, it's just smaller than the House, so it'll happen faster to see where they themselves voice their opinions and kind of endorse candidates.
I don't think that Lee, though, is really on the docket, so to speak. They're basically talking about three people: Thune, which would suck; Cornyn, which would suck worse; and then Rick Scott, which is like, okay, you half suck.
we're talking about it right now as if there's 3, but this is only like a week out from the election. We won't know until January how it shakes out. We don't know what conversations are being had. And I think that's what's interesting about the Senate. It's like smaller so it can happen faster. I mean, I had never really heard of Mike Johnson ever until basically the House Republicans couldn't get anything through. And suddenly they were like, what about this guy who's been around forever?
Leon Johnson would be fine. I still want Rand Paul, but he doesn't seem interested.
Well, remember how Trump
Which is
promised
sad.
to
It's like, dude, you've got the grassroots support, you've got the organic support that you need to put yourself forward and become Senate leader, and then you're unwilling to do it. What the hell, dude?
Yeah, that does tough.
promised to have a libertarian in his cabinet. Like that when he appeared at the LNC,
Yes.
the Libertarian National Convention, that was one of his promises to them. And so I don't know if that promise means that he has to have a card carrying I am a registered libertarian, or if it needs to be someone like Thomas Massey or Rand Paul. Like there might be a chance that Rand Paul is sort of like, I don't want to be Senate leadership because he is in talks somewhere else.
that could
Or
be.
maybe he'll pull someone from like
That's
the Cato
possible.
Institute. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to say what the cabinets are going to be like.
Massey for the House would be good, yeah.
Yeah, head of agriculture too, right? I think they said he was going to
Yeah,
do.
there's a couple things that his name's been thrown around for.
Yeah, by the way, I'm just letting you guys run because this is why I'm glad. This is why I have you both. Like you both know so much more about this, like more minute level of politics. So I'm glad to have you both. By the way,
Did you just call us both nerds?
yes, I did. With the I will
She
say
blinded
this.
me with science.
Yeah, I'm told.
Oh, there goes Corbin.
It's our show now. It's our show now.
Yes. Now we're hosts.
Oh, that was a
both
long
nerds
one.
one time.
Yeah, that every time, every stream, one time. I've been reliably told, that Barron Trump watches our show. I have had several people email me. Now, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but
It
Styx and
probably
I,
is.
Styx and I
Barron,
started to
I want
suspect
to be
it-
the policy director for your mom's East Wing campaign. We've got to go very pro-family.
There you go.
Let Jeremy
Barron,
know.
I've got a counter offer. Barron, I want to play basketball with you because you're like 6'8".
Yeah,
You
Barron,
will
I don't want
debilitate
anything.
me.
Barron, I don't want anything from you. I just appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you.
Can you imagine basketball at the Mar-a-Lago? We should all go. And
Yeah.
Barron Trump is the captain of the other team with a couple of Secret Service
He's kind of
agents.
gangly.
Only Jeremy can play him because Jeremy is also like 600 feet tall.
Yeah, I could probably.
I'm
Right.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm Team Barron on that one.
Well,
Barron is so interesting because he was so young when Trump was inaugurated. Like, do you remember all the he was like when Trump came out at like 3 a.m. to declare victory, he was like 12 and falling asleep or something.
Yeah.
Like, and then all of the reports that came out after he graduated high school was like, he's very funny, he's very nice. Like, I think the media wanted all of Trump's children to be bratty and to be self-absorbed and to be dumb. And meanwhile, like the representatives of the youngest generation of Trumps we have right now are like Barron, who is by all accounts great and
His
beautiful and
granddaughter.
tall. And his granddaughter, who's going to play golf at like University of Miami, and who was like speaking at the RNC, like
who's
Yeah, they were
family.
they were trying to
Yeah.
cast it off as like Eric
Yeah.
Trump basically was
Yes.
sort of the
He's going
figurehead
to-
of the younger generation of
College,
you
I
know the
believe.
family, because he's very professionalistic. He's more into the business and stuff like that. He's more dry. Don Jr. shit posts, Ivanka shit posts, and then you have Barron. He's 12, 13 years old, and he literally was lampooning Hillary Clinton there during the first victory. Everyone knows that he was doing that.
Yep.
He knew full well what he was doing, and it was fucking hilarious.
And I think
that
that's
dude
testament-
would be so fun to hang out with.
Right. I think it's a testament to Trump. Like when Biden was running in 2020, when they had the DNC, they brought out all of his granddaughters. And brought out, I mean, they had a pre-recorded video because it was COVID and no one was in the
Yeah.
same place. And you know, they're constantly trying to say he's such a family man, he does whatever. And you know, I have no reason to question whether or not he loves his grandchildren, but the family is not the picture perfect, put them on the cover. Trump's been divorced a couple times. On the other hand, all of his children seem to be well-adjusted, well-spoken. They have things they're passionate about, both like related to politics and outside politics. And I think that is actually
Going to
inspirational
NYU.
to Americans as they navigate their own family structures.
What do you both think about Barron Trump being sort of the unseen hand behind Donald Trump in the internet era?
He won on the
Because-
election. What do you? I'm
Yeah,
100% sure. of it.
I
Yeah.
actually believe it.
I believe that
think
Barron Trump is behind the McDonald's stuff, behind the garbage truck stuff, or at
He's
least
definitely behind the podcast appearances. I mean, Trump has
Yeah.
openly credited him with encouraging him to go on I don't
Theo
remember that guy's
Vaughn
name.
and
Theo Vaughn, a couple others.
Bussin' with the Boys, and
I think this goes after weeks of this, like, well, JD Vance is so wrong for saying childless cat ladies or whatever. And like, there are
He
lots
doesn't
of
support
wonderful
either
people for
political
whatever reason
party
can't
or
have children. On the other hand, having a
policy
young
anyway.
child, I think, really benefited Trump in a way that Kamala Harris couldn't generate through her stepchildren.
well, yeah, her daughter once, yeah, her.
Imagine that a
weirdo,
kid
too.
who's not even old enough to buy a beer is basically behind
Yeah.
our current foreign policy.
I do.
And somehow
Yeah.
that's 100 times
working
better
hours.
than the former regime.
Oh yeah, it
thing
definitely
after
is. I want a
another
liberal I want a
or
liberal
new job
perspective
stuff
to
and
foreign
everything.
policy.
I want Barron Trump to
I'm
be
hoping
president someday in the future. He could do it.
But they'd have to make the White House even taller then. They'd have
Yeah.
to add a third or fourth story.
Yeah, he'd bump his head on the basement staircase.
Did you
Can you imagine 6'7" Barron Trump like going into diplomatic meetings, like going to the UN or like
Jesus.
negotiating with whatever dictator is current at the time?
Even being 6'2", you hit your head. Jeremy here, he's probably got multiple concussions.
Yeah, did you see Matt Walsh memeing that? Like, Donald Trump will pass the throne down to Barron Trump, and the Trump dynasty will reign for 1,000 years. So, but in regards to some states' Senate victories, it's clear some races like Carrie Lake's were cheated. Now, I think Carrie Lake just lost. We can go back and
What
forth
was-
on that.
Let me look
Maricopa
up the.
County, they're questioning, right?
Yeah, but I mean, come on. How many times can you run and lose? Like, I think people. I don't know why she lost. It's just like Hovde in Wisconsin. I think
Carrie.
I know,
Ooh, she came in close though.
she came in close.
Ruben
Oh.
Galejo got 50%. She got about 48. So it was very, very close.
And I think Arizona really is a purple state. I mean, I think it is a
just like
hard
Wisconsin.
battle.
That's close enough that she can plausibly run again though.
Yeah, she can run again. I think like Hovde lost Wisconsin because he was an abortion hardliner. Like Wisconsin is purple. We're fine with Trump, but we were never going to vote for like Bush, or we were never going to vote for like abortion hardliners, or we're blue collar. That's why Hovde lost in Wisconsin. If he had a more palatable position for, again, some people are abortion hardliners, and I respect you, but I'm saying that's why he, like, people said shenanigans in Wisconsin. I'm like, no, Wisconsin is, they're not, they're the pro-choice vote cost us the Supreme Court. People showed up and voted for that. When Hovde came out as an abortion hardliner, pro-life hardliner,
Yeah, it was up to
he
12
had a
people
massive
in-
uphill battle.
in Rumble too.
Although Carrie Lake probably isn't going to win, they haven't even called that race yet. Actually,
And they won't for another month.
It's within 60,000 votes. Actually,
What's the percentage? 2 points?
50% for Ruben Galejo and 47.8 for Carrie Lake, with Eduardo Quintana at 2.2. So
That
would
won't
put her
even,
over the edge.
You need a half
It's
a point.
very
for-
close. It's very close.
But yeah, it's not close enough to trigger a recount, though.
Still over 100,000 ballots outstanding too.
Yeah.
I think Carrie Lake is, I've met her once or twice. She's wonderful. I think it's a really hard district to win. And I think one of the challenges is that she is part of a national brand. I think about this with Joe Kent in Washington. He also lost his race against the incumbent Democrat. During the primary, he had defeated this like 12-year Republican incumbent. Like, it's obvious there is some kind of change in these places. There's some kind of, and maybe it's just because Americans are divided that they are pitching different candidates. But ultimately, it's sometimes just doesn't work out in your favor. It's not always corruption. And I think one of the things, like, if you tie Carrie Lake to this idea that it's always the votes that was stolen, whatever, you actually inhibit
People
her
get
from
tired
running
of that.
again in the future, right? Because again, it
Yeah.
becomes part of her national brand. I think we would need more time to analyze what went wrong in that race.
And it's not over yet. I will say, if there's 100,000 votes out there, she could win. She could still come back.
It's very unlikely, but at the same time, it's not impossible.
This
I
is
mean,
something-
and this is Arizona. This is the most fortified state in the union. So, I
This
mean,
is-
God, if Carrie Lake can even get close there.
I know.
Big deal.
Well, Sticks and I talked about this too with Trump and the stolen votes. Like, please don't talk about that. Like, don't talk about Don't talk about it anymore. And when I think, what was it? He brought it up once, and I think Sticks and I were on the next day. We're like, please stop. Like, people don't like. It's a net negative.
Let it go. Let it go. Focus on the current issues, because
And
that affects people day after day. Like when they go to the grocery store and stuff like that. When the pickles are $6.99.
And I understand for some people, like it really is an integrity issue, right? If there's something wrong with their votes and the way they're collected, if there's corruption, it's not that it isn't important, but to make that your default, like anytime a race doesn't work out in your favor, to knee-jerk go to that, I think actually makes it harder to prosecute cases where there is corruption, there is fraud, there is an issue.
Well,
maybe that's
let me address. Can I address some? So, like, I read the regular chat. I know it's hard, but like,
that's how dedicated you are.
And every time anyone talks about this, like, there's always like the hard line. Everything was stolen, and you're an idiot if you didn't see that it was stolen. So somebody in chat, BMC agent, says these three just deny the obvious cheating in Arizona. Can't take you seriously. It's like, bro, like, we all support a recount.
May I respond to that?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
There is obvious cheating that went on in Arizona in the 2020 election and other states as well. But complaining about it, what we're trying to explain is talking about it over and over again is not going to change anything, because it was already locked in. It was already certified. What you have to do is do better in the future. And we did.
Well, that's the
Look at
whole
the
point.
election results. Trump crushed it.
That's why the whole too big to rig thing became a thing. Like, I don't. It was like there was a block of Trump voters that were still talking about the 2020 election 3 days before the 2024 election. And our point was always like, okay, let's say you're right. What the fuck does that change? Nothing. Like, you didn't get out enough to vote. Like, you didn't make it too big to rig.
Yeah, you got to get into power if you're gonna hold people accountable for what happened in 2020. You're gonna have people in power in 2024.
Yeah, and I hope Trump does that. I hope that. Is it possible? Can he make that a federal voter ID, a federal mandate?
I think he's going to be looking into it.
I think that, like, that kind of stuff is how you win. Like, when you say there's obvious cheating and you give zero examples of it, it's hard to take you seriously. You sound like a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. If you say, hey, in this state or in this, that, whatever happened, X, Y, and Z happened. It was like when Crowder was like, oh my God, mail trucks are getting brought into Pennsylvania at 2 a.m. They're all votes for Kamala Harris. The rig is in. It's like, that is extremely unhelpful.
I would rather know specifically where our election system is weak, right? So, like, when people talk about, issues with electronic ballots in the machines, or when people talk about, like, suddenly there's a spike in Georgia at like 2 a.m. and it looks like, whatever. Like, these are things I want to talk about, but I want to avoid just always defaulting to, it's not that we lost, it was stolen. Because the reality is that some campaigns aren't good enough, and that's awful, but we need to know why. I think we should treat cheating or corruption seriously, but we shouldn't just hide behind that as our cover for not taking accountability for not running good enough campaigns.
Yeah. The other problem is, imagine that you only fixate on the last election, and your only platform is, well, they stole it from me. Trump would not have won.
He would have lost again.
He wouldn't have been in a position to actually mobilize people to look into the last election. You have to actually get elected in order to push forward your agenda.
And why did he win?
And it's just pragmatism.
Why did he win? He talked about inflation and he talked about the border almost exclusively. And that's why he won.
And because he's not a fucking psycho.
That helps. Yeah, that does help. But, like, again, I think everyone agrees that there's shenanigans. But you've got to, there's a second part. You can complain about that, but and it should get corrected. But then if you attack people who dare to think that maybe Carrie Lake just lost. By the way, again, none of it. The race is not over yet. But if you don't accept the possibility that Carrie Lake lost, then you're not helping. If every time your guy loses, they cheated, then that is not a healthy mindset.
Yeah, look into it, audit it, and then leave it alone.
Trump won Arizona.
Exactly.
How come they didn't cheat for him there?
If you find systemic evidence of some sort of cheating from the 2020 election, then go after the people that cheated. But at this point, it's old hat. You won the 24 election.
I think we all agree paper ballots and voter ID required.
Yeah.
I think I think we all agree on that. So attacking
I think
people
it'd
for
be-
not saying everything's stolen, I think is not smart.
It is crazy that we need to be like make it even clearer that you have to be a citizen of the United States and prove it to vote. But if we have to do it, that should be the goal.
Right.
One thing I would give to the liberals, I do believe that Election Day should be a national holiday.
Oh, I think
I think we should make the great trade. They get their national holiday, we get voter ID.
Yeah,
everyone's happy.
I 1,000% agree with that. I mean, it should be a
Stick
paid
for
day off
Senate
for everybody.
leadership.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something Six and I have talked about for a while too. Like, it's outrageous. That's something as important as the election is.
How does
a
vote to the
holiday,
Rumble rant
national
work?
holiday. I mean, if
Sorry,
freaking,
guys.
I mean, I don't know. I
15
can't think
people
of it
here.
right now. I mean, President's Day. I would argue that if you say President's Day is a national holiday, then the election should be too. And
It's 15 people.
I think that
14 now.
it's outrageous.
How does it
We've
work?
talked about Six and I talked about it. Like,
It pops up
you
in
can
chat.
figure it out to where
It
everyone
shows
gets like a
the amount.
float
It's the
holiday
same as Super Chat.
to use to go vote. So
Mhm.
like you can make
You don't
election
need
day
to
a
do
holiday,
that.
but then also have a float holiday so
Doesn't mean
people can
nothing
vote
about it.
early. It should just be easier to vote.
Yeah, it's the same as
Yeah, the only thing
Get
is some
more,
people.
I was just saying, I think
go
you would
ahead.
get more poll workers, you would get more people volunteering to take part in managing the elections, which would make them more efficient if it were a national holiday,
Yeah,
right? Like a
true.
lot of people can't volunteer because
True.
they have to work that day. And so hypothetically, we're only getting retirees and like random people. If you had polling stations that could get you through like this, the drop of a hat, then there would be no hesitation with being like, everybody's off, it's one day, we're just doing it.
Well,
Also,
until
the
Disney
other
took
thing
over.
is you could have
No, I
like
don't
an
think it should be
exception. You could
anymore.
have early voting for people like EMTs, firefighters, certain
Military,
kinds of work,
police.
because
Yeah.
they might be on call.
Essential
on election
workers.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, essential workers. That's the
Okay,
only.
so
that's
McDonald's
the only
employees.
caveat. Yeah, exactly. You need to get
Let
that
me
Big Mac.
let me read a couple of these messages. Sticks, it's time to go potty. This Schwartz Krieg says it needs to come up organically. Imagine finding filled out ballots
Demonetized.
over the border of Arizona and Mexico. Once it's a national security issue, then you can have the possibility of voter ID and other issues. RoboGuy says it's just because for once I was
You
getting
told me I
excited
could
about some
submit
things.
an
I'm from New
appeal
Jersey.
video
And the fact that we
where I
got close to
explain it
flipping
in
was
a video
good.
like this,
I almost beat
why
you,
I
Sticks,
should
for New
be
Jersey,
demonetized.
and I gave you the super chat, but you won.
Uh-huh.
Got close. Talking about show and proof is the only way. Talking about show and proof the only way. Rees? I don't really know what that means, other than you're calling people retarded. I don't know. The buddy Cassie says apply hockey rules to politics. If my guy loses, it's clearly a bad call. Everyone knows the ref cheats for the other team. That's correct. Not that cheating doesn't happen, but I don't think it can be your only excuse. And Bluefin says taking a week to count ballots is unacceptable. 100% agree. I think if Florida could do it all in one day, everyone else can too.
Yeah, why is Maine not turning in their Senate seat? I don't understand.
Yeah. Eaters of Dead says people are demanding a recount for Kamala. I tell them, I wonder if the ballots will be destroyed, go missing, or get waterlogged, like in 2020. Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead and recount it. See what
Recount it.
happens. Maybe she lost by even more.
yeah, I hope you recount in Wisconsin too, because I want Hubby to win.
Oh shit, we lost New Mexico as well. Crap.
New Mexico actually was in play for a little while. It seemed like.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess they want to continue.
90%.
Cultivated Mind says we are proud to be a part of the r-soil.com conference, a free stream on groundbreaking soil scientists and regenerative ag pioneers. Will be revealing how we can change our food systems, make America healthy again. And Cultivated Mind has a special members-only discount available in the members area of thequartering.com. Zeddy Biscuit says, native Virginian. I voted in every election since 2012. I've always had to show ID and state my full name and address. When I voted, I had to show my ID as well in Wisconsin. American Dad Ass says, do you all remember when Biden made up the office of the president-elect just to rub it in that he won the 2020 election? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Thanks for what you do and enjoy the win. Joe, I do remember that. Best wishes for a full recovery to Robert Barnes. Oh, I didn't know. What's going on?
He was hospitalized this weekend or something, right?
I didn't
I don't
know
know
that.
any details.
Barnes
Oh.
was?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just saw some
hopefully.
talk about it on Twitter, but I don't know any details.
Oh, yeah. Prayers up for Barnes. I didn't know. Yeah, stress is a thing. That's what my doctor keeps telling me. Like, chill out, dude. Weird Robot says you're gay. It's true. Dynamite Billy says, Jeremy, you got to wear a red hat to make them think it's MAGA, and then switch it to an actual MAGA hat. Yeah, I know there's ones that like make anime great again and stuff like that exist out there that are red. Do your in-laws have no idea about your channel? Correct, they don't. They think I do something with computers.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently, last we've got, as of last word from Viva Fry, Robert Barnes was in the hospital undergoing test. Prayers for you, Bobby. You were rock saying Trump would win. And yeah, so it appears that he's in the hospital.
Okay, well, all the best. I'll give him a text later. Bystander Syndrome says, I want Trump to end these snakes like Ingio Montoya.
No,
Ingio
they don't take
Montoya.
any.
Bribe me, that'll pay you. Offer me power, that's all I have. More ventilated. I want my fucking country back, you crook piece of shit. That was a terrible job reading that. Sorry. Bystander Syndrome says CA9 and CA13 House frozen specifically.
They don't take any.
Red Muskrat says, on behalf of Kentucky, you can't have Massey or Paul. Fine. Remduck says, Charlie Kirk suggests J.D. Vance. There is a precedence. John Adams was VP and majority leader. Nah, I want him to focus on being VP.
Yeah.
That would be a little bit difficult.
It would be a little difficult. It would be interesting because it would give him something really specific to talk about when he campaigns in 2028. But I think they're going to do, especially because the attack is going to be, well, you don't have any foreign diplomacy. So I bet they will want him to be doing a lot of stuff abroad.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think I just want him to. I want him to do foreign policy.
One thing that we're sure of with J.D. Vance, he is definitely going to be much more dynamic and energetic than Mike Pence was.
True.
He is going to be far more at the forefront of the administration. That's a guarantee.
John Grossenbacher for state representative said, yes, polls need more people, but far from the only issue. People understand the process and not enough red workers. I agree with that. Nicholas says election day should be a national holiday where nobody but essential workers should be working. Only essential workers should have early voting access. Mail-in ballots should be overseas military only. I agree with all of that. Privateer of the East says, everyone please call their senators to get Rick Scott in as majority leader. We need to ensure all instruments of the government are aligned with MAGA and civic nationalism in general. Also, Bitcoin to the moon, let it rip. Bronsonite says, Democrat senator candidate receiving 140,000 plus more votes than a Republican candidate in a state that the Republican president won by 6 points is retarded math. Look at the details. But he doesn't have 140,000 more votes. So I don't know why you're calling people retarded. If you're talking about Carrie Lake, she's within 30,000 votes, I think. 60,000. So again,
yeah, she's
anyway.
She's within 2 percentage points.
Yeah,
it's too close to call. They haven't called the race yet.
I'm not going to read all your spurging for this, Bronson. Sorry. King of Biltong, add biltong to your diet as a high protein snack alternative packed with B12, zinc, iron, creatine, and more. Get yourself some at biltongusa.com, quartering 10 for 10% off. They also have dried fruit. I'm going to eat some biltong after stream. Joe K36 says Mitch McConnell also gave no money to candidates like Carrie Lake and Sam Brown and poured millions into Larry Hogan. That is an example that you can run with.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that is an example of a reason why Carrie Lake maybe didn't have all the resources she needed. Now, I still hope she'll win.
Or run again,
or run again, yeah.
Over.
Yeah.
She'll definitely run. She'll definitely run again. Here, I've got to be right back. I've got to use the bathroom.
I told you did.
It's my potty time.
Yeah, Formula XFD says the poll workers would also be the first in line exception for the day off. King of Biltong says we stream Fridays and Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Talking shit whilst cooking real food. We eventually set up a channel. Then he gave their link. Yeah, shout out King of Biltong. I think I'm caught up.
Cooking with biltong? Is that what he's doing, or he's just making biltong?
He's probably making biltong. Yeah.
But isn't that just
so
like
they don't take
a slow
anything
smoking
from
process? Or
well,
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
know. You'll have to tune in to watch.
Super chats.
That's true. I have all the questions now, and he's
part of the-
ready to solve them.
Yeah. Bystander
Program.
Citizen, we
So
all
they
start
take-
wearing brown
take-
shirts
YouTube
more
takes-
often for
takes
gaslighting
from
the Cox
Super Chats.
OMG. The Nazis are
Rumble doesn't
everywhere.
take anything from a
Yeah,
Rumble, right?
and
They do take 40%
says,
of the ad
I
revenue.
think
So if
Hannah
they run an
Claire needs
ad,
a couple of pointers on
I'm
political
sure Denise
philosophy.
sees that nice stuff, or
I'm
if
free
I
to
do
discuss
it,
them over dinner and a movie this Friday. Oh,
But I
I see
read.
what you did there.
They take 40%
I'm busy.
of that.
Yeah, she's got to work.
I get paid for ad reads.
So,
whenever I
and
get
then
enough
Bronson
people.
and I is
So
talking
my
about
minimum
mail-in
has been
ballots.
bumped up to
and,
25. It used to be 10.
Yeah,
You
I
could do an
mean,
ad read, now it's
again,
25.
I say get rid of mail-in ballots. I want to talk about things that will stop cheating. I don't want to talk about the cheating itself. You know, like I think mail-in ballots are needlessly sketch. There's no
Yeah.
chain of custody. You know, it just gets put in a mailbox or a box, or, you know, somebody was just arrested. I don't know where that was, but somebody was just arrested for like taking ballots. Where was that? Maybe chat can tell me.
Right. I think our voting system is vulnerable, and we should address those things. And I think there is corruption. I just don't think that that's the only thing that ever happens in America.
Yeah, yeah. And also, I want to shout out. I'm joined. We are live every Monday through Friday at 1 Eastern. So if you get a chance and you haven't followed the channel yet, please do. I'm joined today by Hannah Claire. She joins us on Mondays and Wednesdays. She'll be off next week.
Monday, Tuesdays.
Oh, Mondays and Tuesdays. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry.
And she'll be off next week and the following week for some travel stuff, but she'll be back in December. And Six Hexenhammer is with me every Monday and Wednesday. And I hope that you click that follow button or subscribe button. Then also, where's the screen? I want to share the screen. Huge shout out, by the way, if you haven't yet, pick up your Tailgates for Trump cookbook. The Christmas cookbook is printing right now. They should start shipping by the end of the week or early next week. Pick up the delicious recipes like Kamala Harris's chocolate orbs. No, not Kamala Harris. Big Mike's chocolate orbs and Threat to Mock cookies. Also, some things to announce about the website. The best way to support the show is by going to thequartering.com/join right now and joining as a member. When you become a member, you get members only discounts, which is like 30% off Sheath, 20% off Coffee Brand coffee products, 15% off ammunition, 15% off Biltong, some percentage off the Cultivated Mind stuff. I don't remember what it is. We're always adding more discounts. You also get members only videos, 3 a week. And Hannah Claire and I will be recording one today. I'm not sure what the topic will be, but it'll be up today. And we have dozens and dozens.
To all of us.
Yeah, it'll be a surprise to all of us. And also a members only Discord. Right now, we're hoping you'll join to help us upgrade the server so that we can stream directly to the website more frequently, which I think we are doing right now. I thought I paused it. But the server's having a little bit. I haven't really talked about it publicly yet because the server's having a little bit of struggle handling it. But we have dozens and dozens.
All of us.
Yeah, there it is. So we're live on the website, and that's loading weird. It should be full screen. But anyway, there's a live chat in there. Also added a new. If you're an existing member, you can actually. We have a program now where if you refer people, you get paid. So that's kind of cool. So you can make money by referring your friends and family to join. And you can now gift memberships. Now, wait, this has got a refresh, or is it gone right now? There it is. It's kind of clunky. You have to buy the membership, and then you can either post the code in chat or you can actually email it to somebody you want. So you can gift an annual membership that way. So if that's something you want to do, you can do that. And I do want to shout out any new members who are signing up right now or signed up over the weekend. Does Jeremy have a tick? No, my back hurts and I'm like trying to move around a lot in my chair. So that's, people notice that. I don't think I have a tick. But I'm just trying to stay. Sometimes when I'm having anxiety, I stretch my neck out a lot, stuff like that. But
were you making you anxious? Are you feeling stressed in the workplace?
No, I actually feel great today. But my neck and back are really sore. I changed my bed around and it did not work out. I do want to shout out. So head on over to thequartering.com and join today. Annual membership. It's just $8 a month. All of the money goes right back into the site and paying our talent. Jeremy's wife is a pilot, just joined. D7 Nunez joined. Cloggies joined. Mommy joined. The Beer Dad, NS Gunslinger, Winterlace, Jay Bryant, C. Feldman, KD Man, Kishi Sama, Fernando. These are over the weekend, I think. Avernath, John Quixote, and Shadow Guide all recently joined. And if you joined during the stream today, I'll give you a shout out. Definitely could use your support.
Join up, everyone.
Yeah.
naming a whale.
Then there were some other topics while you guys are all heading over to the website. See a chiropractor, heading over to the website. See a chiropractor. Yes, I am going to see. I told everyone before chat, I'm back on my fasting. I'm having my protein, my clear protein, and working out again. And I'm going to see a chiropractor about my back because I have that SI nerve thing where like my arm goes numb when I sit down. Like it's really weird.
You're in your wellness era. Wow.
Yeah, I'm in my I promised my wife I would get healthy after the election, and I'm like right on it this Monday. So
I'm hoping you're taking your cultivated mind pills.
Of course, I'm taking my cultivated
That's not
mind.
V8. You can't fool me.
This is clear protein. So it's got 20 grams of protein, no fat, 2 carbs. So it sounds like a protein shake. And I don't know much about clear protein, but it seemed like the nutritional facts seemed healthier than a regular protein shake.
By the way, PT Pod says, please just fire Stick's Homo Hammer and pay Hannah more.
Oh.
No, you can't fire Sticks. I'll quit.
Yeah, no, nobody's getting fired yet.
Don't say fired. I've been through a lot. You guys don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. You need to activate almonds. Easy with the health stuff, all right? I'm going to be doing basically carnivore, all right? So that's what I'm going to be doing.
No, we're going to get some vegetables up in you.
I will also
I swear.
Well, I'm going to eat vegetables.
I'm going to
too.
show up there with a bag full of asparagus.
I had some cauliflower yesterday. It was all right. So there's that. Okay, so yes, please do consider joining. We have to upgrade the server. I guess I don't need a CDN for the stream thing. I just need to upgrade the server. So recording.com/join. I had some other stuff set aside. Mark Cuban's deleting his posts that were supporting Kamala Harris, which I think is pretty funny. Also find
Twitter. Oh, hey.
Yeah, follow Sticks on X as well as Hannah Claire Brimlow.
We've got your bants.
Yeah. Kamala Harris supporter Charlemagne the God was shocked that 1 in 3 non-white voters voted for Trump.
We should do a whole day where we talk about the exit polls and the demographic data that's coming out. Like one of the ones I was listening to this morning, because I'll listen to the NBC morning show sometimes, and they were like, it turns out that more than ever, wealthy people were voting for Democrats. Like,
wow.
They couldn't believe it. And it's like, you're the most elite party. You're constantly pushing all of these things that are out of the grasp of working people. And you're surprised that it turns out the majority of your voters are wealthy. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is there was a notable shift from racial demographics to gender demographics as well in this latest election.
Yes.
It was much more about gender.
Well, yeah, they
race
gotta have the
race
kill your babies.
for once in several decades, race took a backseat.
Well, they just the race stuff is like
one of the most listened to voices.
Where is this?
Because the campaign was dead.
Yeah.
By the way, Charlemagne is an actual idiot, and he wears a lot of makeup.
Okay, what do I
He was like a rapper, right? Before he started this
No,
podcast.
he's a radio show. He hosts.
Oh, okay.
But he did, to his credit, he did challenge Joe Biden.
I know
when
that
Joe Biden
did.
said, "Well, if you can't find out who you're going to vote for, man, you ain't black."
Yeah.
It's like everyone knew what he meant, but
He did say that. He said.
The fact is, Charlemagne the God's one of the more sane ones.
It's because these race baiters and these race obsessed weirdos, they somehow think that the struggle does not supersede race, but it does. Like paying more for groceries, that doesn't matter what skin color you are. Paying more for heating and for mortgage and for electricity and gasoline, it doesn't really. I mean, At the end of the day, it doesn't ask you your race at the gas pump. So
Wait, are you telling me if we put pancake makeup on Hannah Claire, she can't get a 10% discount at the local gas station?
Well, that's probably a case by case basis. But I'm just saying that, like,
Look, we could try it out, but I feel like the consequences for me would be very bad.
Yeah, I don't think we want to try that. It's like all these people who are obsessed with race are generally rich, and so they don't see the same struggle as anyone else. So the only struggle that Charlemagne has, who's worth $100 million, is perceived racism. He can't talk about inflation. He can't talk about groceries, the price of groceries. He can't talk about the price of gas. He can't talk about the price of heating. I bet you this motherfucker doesn't have any idea what a carton of eggs costs, or a gallon of milk, or a jar of pickles. He has no idea. So the only thing he can actually talk about is skin color, and most of America has been over that since the 90s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny how inflation and the economic turbulence it's put the average American family in is this racially unifying factor, right? There's nothing that you can say that would make people feel like the amount that they are spending to basically just stay alive in this country is worth ignoring. And I think that they looked at maybe the summer of 2020 and thought, well, if we could just obsess about race enough, it will distract people. But it was a very different economy then.
Yeah, when everything's good, I
It seems like the only thing the liberals went with was it all. They didn't have anything else. They didn't have an economic message of any meaningful sort. They didn't have any message on the border other than basically "Come all ye faithful." It was literally just, "Hey, you're black, you're white. Here's the way you should vote."
Addicted to Drum says, or also known as Dr. Ums, between the three of you, can you name one story over the past 8 years that the legacy media, along with Uniparty, haven't lied to us all about?
No.
I don't know. It'd be impossible.
I mean, the Uniparty and the legacy media that also happen to be true. Like that's the only scenario that they would tell the truth in, is if they also benefited from it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they've accidentally told the truth before, but it's probably been a while. Get Lost Games, I see you having a meltdown in chat. I'm not ignoring you, but there's 7,000 people in here, so I'm doing the best I can. I'm not blackballed.
Very tense day in chat.
Yeah, well, normally I'm more tolerant of it, but like now, I try to keep our chat community like positive and I don't know if you've ever been on any other shows where the chat's like mostly negative. There's a very popular show on.
About.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that. Like, I don't allow that to go on. And so, a lot of people say, well, don't feed the trolls. But I don't think that trolling. I just want people to understand the rules. Like, no spurging out in my chat, and no like racism, and no being an asshole. It's pretty simple. And
they're not allowed to say the N-word?
No, they're not. If they want to get banned by Rumble, that's fine. This says, thank you for my meltdown. I am blocked now for the same comment from others. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not blocked. So I don't let negativity run wild in chat. Like, that's just not how I run things. So
why are people talking about me shitting in the hallway and then comparing me to Asmongold?
I'm wondering that. Is it because you both have long hair?
I don't
Styx
know.
has long hair, but he's not covering up
I'm the
for
battle
being
mage. I'm the battle mage. He looks more like a rogue,
Yeah.
Now fighting words, I think. I can't totally tell.
Yeah. Chat beats on Jeremy for ad reads all the time. Between that and the feed pics requests, you all need Jesus. I don't care if people compare about ad reads. I've got to, by the way, as I've been pushing memberships, you notice something? Have you noticed something? I'm doing less ad reads.
How dare you make money?
Yeah,
Jeremy,
there's a world where
you're
I
not
don't
allowed
have
to
to
make
do
money.
Yeah, right. Here's CNN melting down about Elon Musk being basically involved in Trump's decisions.
Mar-a-Lago has basically been brimming for the last 2 days, I'm told, with two kinds of people. those angling for a job and those who are trying to influence Trump into hiring their picks.
Herder says by the way, this is the case for every president-elect ever.
Right.
But one
wow, people want to work for the administration right after they know who's going to become president. Crazy.
Yeah, this is a Trumpism. This is fascism at play.
They want a six-figure income? Oh my God.
Right, yeah.
His name is Elon Musk. Multiple sources tell me tonight that Musk has
Yeah,
been
Musk
seen
is
at Mar-a-Lago
begging for a
nearly
job.
every single day since Donald Trump won, dining with him on the patio at times. Today, they were seen on the golf course together. Musk has been in the room when world leaders have called Trump.
Wow, who wouldn't want one of the top 5 smartest humans on the planet advising them on certain decisions?
And tonight
Especially
we learned he's
when you're making money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
also weighing in on
a shrewd
staffing
business
decisions,
person.
making clear his preference for certain roles even. Publicly tonight, Elon Musk is backing Florida Senator Rick Scott as the next leader of the Republican conference to replace Mitch McConnell. While Musk himself is still not expected to take any kind of formal position inside Trump's administration, given how complicated it would be with his companies, what's becoming clearer tonight is that he doesn't really need to, with one source telling me Elon Musk is having just as much influence from the outside.
So?
Oh my
I
God.
think it's crazy that
Oh,
Elon
terrible.
Musk has become such a villain to the left, because this was before he was even publicly supporting Trump, right?
They loved him.
Elon Musk endorsed Trump after the Butler assassination attempt, but you know the growing animosity towards Elon Musk from mainstream media, from progressive advocates, has been going on, I would say, for at least the last 5, like maybe almost 5 years, maybe close to a decade, and it's sort of ridiculous. Like, wow, businessman who has certain worldview talks to influential person. That happens actually all the time. You just hate Elon Musk.
When he came out as being free speech is when they turned on him.
Exactly. That, and he was the media darling of the left when he was mainly known for Tesla. Oh my God, electric vehicles, they're going to save the environment and stuff. And they loved him. They shouted his praises from the goddamn rooftops. But the second that he bought Twitter, the second that he said, well, I'm a little bit, I think that this censorship is questionable.
Right.
All of a sudden, he was the enemy of the state. Before that, they friggin' loved him.
By the way, but if you're enjoying the show, if you're on YouTube, make sure you click that subscribe button. If you're over on Twitch, follow. And on Rumble, there's a green follow button down below. We're live every day at 1 Eastern. This also coming out. Now, again, you have a lot of people who are making a lot of money on Twitter simply by tweeting the word breaking and putting a red siren light in front of it, and it's completely made up. But Eric Daughtry wrote, there is now internal backlash building against conservatives vocally supporting Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader. The bulk of Republican rank and file is not pleased at all. We spoke with one senator who was aghast at the effort, as well as the GOP aide who said that the campaign is pissing off senators whose votes Rick needs to win. Quote, senators don't take kindly to having an army of social media trolls attack them. Does anybody want to tell them who they work for?
No, they'll never understand.
They're going to get trolled far harder.
Yeah. Like
Welcome to the new age, bitch.
Yeah, we're in charge. Like, we're back in charge now. I'm pulling up, somebody said Trump dropped a new message about Ukraine. It could be a
man. Zelensky must have had such a bad weekend. He's just been in tears for days. You know that Trump and Biden are supposed to meet tomorrow meet Wednesday.
I noticed you've been making a lot of moves.
Yeah.
I am expecting Trump to like shake Joe Biden's hand and be like, "Good job, man. That MAGA hat was great."
Oh yeah, they're gonna be having a lot of. I would say no, Trump did not put anything about Ukraine.
We have there are only 2 recent messages. 21 hours ago, happy 249th birthday to our great U.S. Marines, Semper Fi, by the way. And then he has Veterans Day, and he's saluting.
Is it true? I
nothing
think
else
this is
there.
true that J.D. Vance is the first U.S. Marine to serve as vice president.
That's correct.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
And they say the party's not diverse.
I know. Yeah. I absolutely love a guy who had his life put at risk over a pointless lie of a war.
Dude, have
being
you
in charge
seen
of it.
Marine? Have you seen Marine training? Like anytime that he's in the room, Donald Trump is well defended.
Yeah. Have you guys been watching The Teachers? The teachers are not all right. This is a special
Oh, God.
education teacher, by the way.
And people of color and poor people and gay people and all the people that I care about aren't going to be safe in America. Neither the fuck are you guys. Just because you won doesn't mean we don't
Yeah,
remember
wide
who
receivers
the
are tough
fuck
to
you
acquire
voted
this
for.
season. A
You're
lot of
not in the
injuries.
clear. And just please.
I love that this idiot put this on Snapchat, hoping it would disappear, and then someone just recorded the phone. That's how many people say that the diddler got caught. Chris D'Elia. Like Chris D'Elia was sending messages to minors and had no idea that people would have the audacity to record a message on Snapchat with another phone, and that's how
Right.
all these messages got out. Like,
It's so low tech that they didn't even consider it.
yeah, he's like,
You're
there's a-
dealing with millennials, dude.
Yeah, there's a great moment where Chris D'Elia was on a podcast, one of the most legendary moments where he's talking about Snapchat, and somebody's like, they just like record that, and he was like, wait, you can do that? You could see his face like drop. It's one of the most like brutal realizations, like because now very few of those messages ever came out.
You
But,
mean
like,
that the disappearing messages don't actually disappear?
yeah,
Oh, shit.
this is
When I was
yeah.
in high school and Snapchat came out, someone told me that all of them are ultimately archived by the Library of Congress, which I don't know if that's true or not, but like, yes, I don't think a company that lets you sign up for free is just going to let your data in any sort of conversation disappear.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing is, like any person with, even intermediate skills online can record anything on their screen.
Right.
It doesn't matter if they try to block it from being recorded.
This is like you can watch
Oh my
his
God.
face. This is a 22-second clip
Oh,
where he
geez.
realizes he's about to get caught for.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Now I don't know if I think he was like
a
texting
good-
people who are
good clip.
17 in a state
Oh,
where it was
God.
legal. Not that that's okay. I take a lot of heat for saying that about like Dr. Disrespect. You shouldn't be like texting people that young. But I do think it's worth differentiating between a pedo.
I get what you
and-
mean.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna bother weighing in on that situation
That's
myself.
smart. I take a lot of
It's
heat for
Chris
that.
D'Elia, not
But
Diddy.
watch his face here.
But hold on a
Oh
second.
God, this is gonna see.
How did it come out? Like, how did they
The
Parents.
boy's mother ended up finding it.
finding it? What do you mean? It Snapchat goes away, right? How they?
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshot.
You got to know that's gonna happen.
His eye. Yeah.
Got his fucking face.
Whoops. Yeah. And
Shit.
like days later, because like all of the messages, all of his messages, end up getting leaked. Now he did not break any laws, but again, like Dr.
Yeah.
Disrespect.
Well, yeah, but when you're self-branded and stuff like that, there's a different standard that you generally have to abide by,
right,
regardless of what the law is.
Please don't test your gangster on me.
It's really quiet, but
You will end on a stretcher.
oh yeah, this overweight woman's gonna put you on a stretcher. Oh, dead.
Serious. Nobody fucking talk to me unless you want to swing. If you want to fight, text me, call me, whatever. Anybody else, stay the fuck out of my face. And if
Why does this remind me of the movie Misery?
Yeah, right.
Based on the Stephen King. She even looks similar, actually.
Yeah, all those dirty birdies who voted for Trump.
You dirty birdie.
I just think it's weird that she was like, I'm having some kind of emotional meltdown. I will record myself telling people not to talk to me, but I
Chris D'Elia. This is mine. I'm winning, but I'm gonna lose. He still has a throne there. Who gets a lot? Oh, you're locked in to win. You still have 2 players left. Odell Beckham. Just click on him, it'll tell you how he's been doing. Yeah, he hasn't been doing so good. Looks like he just came back last week. He's only playing 20% of the snaps. Probably put Waddle in instead. Give him Waddle. Swap these 2. Yeah. Swap Beckham for Waddle.
With him on Snapchat, but everyone at the bar told me, and I was like, there's no way. I always used to be like, that guy shouldn't have a dog. He brought his dog to the bar. He left his dog in the car. I was like, that guy should not have a dog ever. He can't even afford to pay his tab at the bar. How is he buying this dog food? I was always vocal about vocal about
situation for the dog. Yeah,
I hate that when people there's like a
You've already won though. The
form of
guy you're playing doesn't have
confrontation.
anybody playing.
Humans, animals,
Right.
whatever the hell it happens to be. The first thing they do is whip at their fucking phones.
Cool.
And
Yeah,
it just makes you want to break their phones backwards and shove them. You need to fucking bash them over the head with them.
I'm gonna lose.
It
well,
doesn't.
especially like this guy that you're talking about wasted valuable time.
Dude.
He could have been helping his dog.
With the wife, she's pissed. She's playing this hooker and blow dude who played very good last year, but hasn't been playing this year. This guy. Thursday he had Joe Burrow, 33 points, and then he had fucking Chase got 55 points. All her good players really didn't do shit. So this is her lowest score of the year is 98. First the week after she played me.
I was like, this guy's such a fucking piece of shit. I tried to take that dog from him. He never should have had a dog, all this stuff. And then he messaged me and he was like, dude, you don't even know what I was going through. And blah, 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 blah. I was like, what the fuck?
I was going through some shit, so the first thing I did was whip out my phone, basically.
In the moment that I was like, so I just say all that to say that this generation is like, for us, it's like, why would anyone upload that? I don't know. Like he thought that was a good idea. Like I was just like, I thought of that Peter.
He looks like the kind of dude. He looks like the kind of dude. Honestly, I'm not trying to stereotype, but he looks like the kind of dude that would do that.
Wait, this guy that you have pulled up isn't
This
the guy
is
you're
not
talking
the guy. This is not the guy.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
This is just a personal anecdote. No, but like this guy that you're talking about was like, you don't know what I was going through. Sir, what about what the dog was going through as it laid there after
Oh
being
my
hit by
God.
a car? Like, I think there is this level of like the social media brain is wired so intensely to only think about the self that there's actually an inability to operate in a world that would require some kind of empathy or community. And that's very dangerous.
Yeah, it was really wild. I just remember. Yeah. So anyway, I'm not surprised that anybody uploads shit on social media. I want to remind everyone I'm joined by Stick Sexenhammer and Hannah Claire Brimlow. You can find both of them on. Oops, wrong window. Both of them on X for now, and Stick Sexenhammer is on everywhere you get videos: YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey. And Hannah Claire has channels on Rumble and YouTube. No videos yet, but at some point will. By the way, I started uploading to my old RC channel again. If you're into RC cars, I'm going to put it on Rumble. I'll put it on Rumble. People ask for it to be on Rumble. That's my, like when I'm relaxing, I just make more YouTube videos, but they're like about remote control cars and shit that make me like relax. And I will reiterate a request or think about joining as a member on the Quartering. Best way to support the show. Money goes directly to the staff and the website and everything else. And for your $8 a month, you get 3 members only videos every week. You get exclusive discounts on ammunition, Biltong, Sheath, Coffee Brand Coffee, Meta PCs, and so much more. Members only Discord. Just tons of value. You can now also become an affiliate if you want. If you're a member, you can make money for signing other people up. You can watch the stream live on the website and chat, stuff like that, which isn't fully rolled out yet. But if you're in a position, please do consider joining on thequartering.com. What else? What else did we miss? I want to take some calls, so I'm trying to leave time for calls. Did I miss anything you guys want to hit?
Fuck calls.
No, I feel like we're just kind of.
Well, President-elect Trump and his team are working furiously over the next roughly 2 months to vet and sign off on staffing picks. He made this announcement on Truth Social last night. Tom Homan will be joining the Trump administration in charge of our nation's borders, the border czar. There is nobody better at policing and controlling our borders. Likewise, Tom Homan will be in charge of all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. Homan once served as acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement during Trump's first term. He has touted his hardline views on immigration. On Sunday, he told Maria Bartiromo on Sunday Morning Futures that deportations are going to be part of a well-targeted, planned operation conducted by ICE. Trump also shared this news with the New York Post last night. Trump told the Post, "I am honored to nominate Chairwoman Elise Stefanik to serve in my cabinet as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. Elise is an incredibly strong, tough, and smart America First fighter." The House Republican Conference chair is one of Trump's biggest supporters. In a statement to the Post, Stefanik said she accepts the nomination and looks forward to earning support in the Senate. Carly and Todd.
And Maddie, there is, of course, a Senate leadership race happening, and Donald Trump is weighing in on part of it. What's going on there?
Yeah, that race is heating up. President-elect Trump is calling on those vying to become Senate GOP leader to support a Senate tool that essentially allows him to bypass Congress to quickly get his preferred administration officials in place. In this post on X, Trump calls for recess appointments. This refers to the president's ability to fill federal vacancies while the Senate is in recess. The top contenders to replace Mitch McConnell are getting in line. South Dakota Senator John Thune says we must act quickly and decisively to get the president's cabinet and other nominees in place as soon as possible to start delivering on the mandate we've been sent to execute, and all options are on the table to make that happen, including recess appointments. Texas Senator John Cornyn says the Constitution expressly confers the power on the president to make recess appointments. And here's Florida Senator Rick Scott.
Now, how do we get Trump's agenda done? How do we get his nominees done? How do we codify his executive orders? That's what's up for this leadership race right now. So I'm running to change. We've got to have a big change.
Both chambers of Congress would have to pass a resolution to head into recess.
Which one is it? You must choose. Choose wisely.
What happened?
Let me choose.
Choose poorly. There's so much poor choosing going on right now, but don't worry. The Benny Brigade is the salty crew that's out to raid and plunder the DC swamp that is so deserving of a good pillaging, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here for it. Today is Monday, November 11th, 2024. Happy Veterans Day to all of those who served. God bless you. You finally have a president-elect who is willing to take a bullet for you, not the other way around. For my entire life, we've had leaders in this nation who were draft dodgers, who were cowards, who would send everybody else off to war to be cannon fodder, who started pointless, meaningless wars that cost us trillions and, most importantly, cost us the greatest treasure in America, which is the lives of our service members. And so, thankfully, praise God, we have a president that actually understands that the number one way to thank a veteran and thank a service member is to not start pointless wars, to not put their lives in danger and their families at risk of losing their loved ones. This is the greatest way to thank a veteran, actually, is to vote for the president of peace. The president who wishes to bring the Pentagon to heel and to actually just make it a wartime diversionary force for evil and not a force that goes around and starts wars for no reasons in deserts because the Cheneys need to uptick their Halliburton stocks and Raytheon and Lockheed Martin stocks a couple points. So anyway, that's a long way of saying thank you, veterans. God bless you. We will continue the fight in your honor. Democrat Party implodes after Trump win. The devastation that has been wrought, the salting of the earth, is now fully revealed. And we have some salty clips for you to play today. Senate leadership race heats up as we expose the secret ballot this weekend in possibly the biggest story that this show's ever broken yet. We have more on the horizon. Laura Trump joins the program. We're very excited to have her on the show. Her first media hit after the victory that she brought to all of us as RNC chairwoman. We're so proud of Laura, and we're really excited to tell her so on our show today. My name is Benny Johnson, and this is The Benny Show. So the United States Senate is trying to act against the will of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe they should do a little reading about the Constitution. You can learn a little more about your Constitution with Hillsdale College. History, economics, the great works of literature, the meaning of our separate branches of government, what a mandate actually means in a landslide. Yeah, you can learn it all at Hillsdale, and you probably didn't learn it actually in your school, and your children certainly are not learning this, sadly, if they're going to public school or private school. So that is why Hillsdale College exists. Hillsdale College offers 40 free online courses, the most important and enduring subjects. You can learn about C.S. Lewis, the stories of the Book of Genesis, the meaning of the U.S. Constitution. Some senators should read that. The rise and fall of the Roman Republic, and so on. It's free right now. It is totally free. I personally recommend you sign up for Economics 101 heading into the Trump administration, where you can learn about supply and demand, the failure of central planning, and the rise of macroeconomics. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be how we win. We're going to have to educate people how the world really works in reality. Well, cruel mistress, reality is undefeated. Ladies and gentlemen, learn about the world around you with Hillsdale. Go right now to hillsdale.edu to enroll. No cost, easy to get started. Hillsdale.edu to register. Hillsdale.edu. Okay, so we broke some massive news this weekend where we published the secret whip count for the Senate. But before we get to that, because it has gone thermonuclear viral and we want to talk through it, we actually just if you see us smoldering here on the show, it's because we're hot off Steve Bannon's War Room just moments ago.
Right. No snaps, no points.
Where I have a bit of an axe to grind against DC Republicans. I have an axe to grind because I lived there and I understand that system. And I don't claim to be a particularly high IQ individual. I've never lied to you. That's not my superpower, right? Like we have one superpower on this program, and it's that we're alive and we pay attention. Pattern recognition. We are able to actually see through these scumbags and liars, and we are ready to expose them. And that's what this program is going to do. That's what this program is going to set about doing over the next 4 years. We're going to hold up the side We are going to salt the earth, and we are going to be air cover for a Trump administration because you, the American people, gave President Trump a mandate. Do we have the map? Put the map up. I want the map. Load the map every single second of every day. I want that map. Show the good people, Killer Klein. This is your mandate. You deserve to have your vote count. That's what a democracy is. Democracy says that over the long arc of history, the majority rules. And we are the majority. President Trump has won the popular vote by 5 million votes. He's won all 7 swing states, and he has 312 in the Electoral College. That is a landslide by every definition. And you deserve to see those policies that you fought for, donated for, waved flags for, put up a Trump yard sign for, posted on social media for, tuned into this program for. You worked. You won. You won. We won as a country. Here's the county by county look at your red kingdom here in America. The Red Kingdom. Got to tell you, this means that we should have the policies that we all voted for implemented. And that can't happen when you have hysterical women running the Senate. People who hate President Trump. John Cornyn and John Thune, who are indistinguishable from Liz Cheney. Right now, there is the first great betrayal ongoing in the Senate against President Trump. Unfortunately, I fear that it might be one of many if we don't actually put it down and bring it to heel. And so that is what this you have given us power. You follow along. We have big channels, and we're going to use them. We're not going to cuck into the corner and be good little doggies for Mitch McConnell and for Republican establishment. Just go along, because somebody's next in line. That's how it works. They've been next in line. They've been calling for January 6th political prosecutions. Don't you worry.
The Haitian folks that were working over at Electrical College?
Now's the time, ladies and gentlemen. Now's the time to fight back.
Literally, it's all
And they're part of the system that we and that is what we're going to do.
They told Electrify
How
that?
destructive was our victory? Well, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Kornacki.
That's weird.
There are these two dudes. Don't come for me. Oh, I don't care. Feel free. There's two dudes that I compliment on CNN and MSNBC respectively. And they're these pollster guys. There's dorky data dudes. One dude's named Harry
got work
Anton, one dude's
authorization
named
for
Steve
2
Kornacki
years.
on MSNBC. And Steve Kornacki, the reason I like these guys is that they red pill or black pill, actually, their audiences. These are left-wing audiences, but the data really hurts, okay? The data is the enema for their audiences, and it's time to take your medicine. You can't argue with reality. You can't talk your way out of the hard numbers.
Lamb's
Ladies
complaining
and
about
gentlemen, here we go. The most glorious segment from this weekend. Steve Kornacki, black pilling MSNBC
same way for both teams.
with the true devastation of their world.
Thing is, though, you guys
Not just Donald Trump winning the election, but winning the popular vote. First time in 2 decades for a Republican. And how did he do it? He did it by transforming the Republican Party. It is now more diverse than it's ever been in modern times, and certainly much more than when Donald Trump first came on the scene 8 years ago. A lot of ways to look at this. How about this here? When it says pre-Trump, that's the last presidential election before Donald Trump started running. You got to go back to 2012 for that. Remember, 3 straight elections. Trump's been the Republican candidate. So pre-Trump, voters under 30 were going for the Democrats by 23 points. Folks with incomes under 50,000, 22 points for the Democrats. Folks without college degrees, 4 points for the Democrats. That's pre-Trump. What comes out of this election? Look at some of these shifts. The youth vote, that Democratic margin cut more than in half. Voters under 50,000, now a Republican constituency. Voters without a college degree. Look at that shift. Now a core Republican constituency. And then we can talk about race, ethnicity. This gets into that diversity I mentioned a minute ago. Check this out. Again, pre-Trump versus now. The black vote still overwhelmingly Democratic, but that's a 15-point shift. It used to be 87 points for the Democrats, down to 72. How about this? You've heard a lot about it this week. This is what the numbers look like. Hispanic voters were 44 points Democratic before Donald Trump. Now, basically a toss-up constituency, and Asian Americans, a 32-point shift there as well. That's what's happened to the Republican Party since Donald Trump became its standard bearer 8 years ago. This has been the movement.
Just so glorious to watch. ALX
Should be the first woman president.
When he talks about Wisconsin, right after that clip, we're trying to keep the clips at a reasonable length on this program. But he talks about Wisconsin right after that. I would love to just get that loaded as a play-beside. You can literally flip the map. We'll show you that we are the party of the working class. Here's the county by county one more time. Look at that, beautiful. Look, beautiful.
Attorney General.
We live in a red country with little.
She was one locking everybody up.
Dots that are insane asylums
Shaving cream shit up, letting the
for people.
criminals just walk away like.
And
you locked up the shaving
we are
cream,
winning.
but
It's an amazing thing to see what has happened in
couple
just
people
a short period of time. I'll show you here in
past
just a
their
moment.
sentence just so
The
to use it
Wisconsin
for,
map. Charlemagne
community service.
the God
They do
is
too.
somebody who is a. Oh, there it is. Okay, hey, beautiful. Oh, so awesome. Well, that is a play-beside killer Klein. So amazing. If you're from the state of Wisconsin, one, I think they stole a Senate seat in Wisconsin. They did a Joe Biden. We can show you on the map. We can show you on the vote count, the vote tally. They did it right in the dark of night. You had one of those. You had one of the candidate was losing, and then boop, jumped up. Democrats have absolutely Tammy Baldwin. That's exactly right.
San Francisco.
Jamie, the great artist Jamie on our team, lives in Wisconsin. Tammy Baldwin had a boop in the middle of the night. I feel like let's go grab that. It's all over my timeline. They did it again. They did it again. National voter ID now. Just because one election result went our way in the totality of the election doesn't mean we should not fight in the margins for people like Kari Lake in Arizona and in Michigan and in Wisconsin, where I firmly believe that Senate seats had shenanigans. Ladies and gentlemen, first off, here's the positive result. I'll show you the negative results and the positive results. Here's Steve Kornacki, positive results for Wisconsin. Okay, this is very impressive. Obama election less than 15 years ago versus today. Tell me who's the party of the working class. Let's go.
All up Wisconsin. We know in this election, Donald Trump, you're looking at a pre-Trump election because I just want to show you this is what a battleground state looked like not that long ago. When Barack Obama ran and carried the state over John McCain, look at all the blue here. So many of these are small rural counties with blue-collar populations. Barack Obama could sweep almost all these counties. Democrats were competitive here. Take a look at this map, and I'm going to call up what just happened this week. All that blue has become. Look at all that red. All of those blue-collar areas with Donald Trump as the Republican leader for the last 8 years have moved this dramatically to the Republicans, and it's left the Democrats relying more than ever on areas like Madison, Wisconsin, Milwaukee County, areas that have large populations of voters with college degrees, of higher-income voters, of progressive voters, and in this election...
Okay, this is all you need to see right here. I've muted the clip, okay? I've muted the clip. All you got to see is right here, this flip. This is the most glorious thing ever. Check this out. Look at what happens to the state. There you go. We are the majority. And don't you tell me that a state that did that, a state that went from absolute blue, like a total and complete sea of blue, to red, that in this environment right here, you're telling me that in this environment, that the Democrat senator won, horribly unpopular. Tis Tammy Baldwin. She's like she's low IQ. You listen to her talk, she's like a dumb person. This is an incredibly popular President Trump endorsed candidate. And look what happened. Would you look at this? Boy, man. Here's what happened. Dark of night, ballot dump all over again. Let's pop it up.
We never actually used those words.
Look at that. Boy, oh boy. All you needed was an extra percentage there. It's only a matter of less than 30,000 votes. Can we zoom on this?
Their government.
But you can see it. You can see the trend line. Can somebody explain that exactly? What happened there? 4 days since the election. What happened there? What exactly occurred in the dark of night right there on the map? This is a Joe Biden absolute spike in votes. So somebody explain to me calmly and coolly and slowly so that I can understand and you can understand. What the hell is that? Because on its prima facie, that's stealing a Senate race. There's no mathematical or algorithmic explanation for that. You can see exactly where the trend lines are. You can see exactly how the vote is going. You can see exactly who's winning and who's losing. It's a tight race, no doubt. But you can see the pull ahead there. And then you can see, obviously, the trend lines. And that the blue line is not going to catch the red line. There's no algorithmic or mathematical or scientific explanation for this. Somebody explain. We need immediate investigations into these states. We
Tariffs
need
are
immediate,
negotiation tools.
mandatory. These are federal races. These federal races have federal oversight from the federal government. The Republican Congress needs to make it its number one first day priority to pass mandatory voter ID. You'll get rid of this. And the people who are responsible for this need to be frog marched, prosecuted, thrown in prison. We all need to watch. There needs to be, I will personally send a camera from this program to go and film the election fraudsters who steal elections being thrown in prison so that we can have it for all time. It'll be the most viral clip on the internet. We need to make examples of people who do this. Please explain it. There's no explanation. Happened at 4 a.m. in the morning. Just like 2020. You've never seen an election. You've never seen election results like this. And nobody has any explanation as to why these vote totals do this and behave like this. It is mathematically impossible. And so
the username on
we're going to leverage the considerable muscle of this program to finding this out. ALX is sitting here sweating bullets because over the last 3 years, we have been one of the few voices that are willing to talk about this. We've brought on experts. We've spoken about it at length. We just got hit piece after hit piece after hit piece written about us because we cover these instances. We talk about this. We ask these questions. Skepticism cannot be wrong. You are not wrong to be a skeptic. Asking questions is a precursor, a prerequisite to truth. And we have a right to ask, what the hell happened here? Did Democrats just steal a Senate seat? It's our obligation to ask and to investigate. The reason why I'm saying ALX is sweating is not because ALX doesn't want free and fair elections. He does. It's just we push the outer limits, okay, of what the Biden regime said should be banned on the internet. Just asking these questions. But guess what? There ain't no Biden regime anymore, is there? New sheriff in town right now. And how did that sheriff get into town? Charlemagne the God, who is this urban radio show host, who's big time Kamala big time Kamala activist, obviously of the center left, but we respect him because he's kind of like, what's the right way to say? He's like honest about the landscape of politics and where Democrats fail. And he goes viral every week for talking about the failures of Democrats, even though he is one. So at the very least, you got to like give him a little hat tip and respect for that. Charlemagne the God was told live
how many views this
many
short has.
Latinos, Black Americans, Native Americans, Asian Americans voted for Trump. President Trump winning the single greatest coalition in the history of America. Watch this reaction. It's glorious.
What do you make of the demographics here? I mean, Trump got 1 out of every 3 voters of color.
No.
Yeah.
1 out of
33%.
Really?
Yeah.
When you say color, you mean like black, brown, everything. Oh, well, I think that, people have different issues that they care about. And I think that there's nobody out there that's a single issue voter. I think some of this is a backlash to race and gender and identity politics. But man, most people, they just care about keeping food on their table and keeping a roof over their head. And I think sometimes people forget about that. I think that they forget about, the working class. And for whatever reason, Donald Trump speaks to the grievances of the working class in a real way. And I keep telling folks, people will forget what you did. They'll forget what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And when you go back to 2020, even though it was a pandemic and it was COVID, people don't care. All they know is they got stimulus checks with his name on it, and that's what they remember. And so people think about that. When you have conversations with folks, they be like, I remember how 2020 felt. And they think that they're going to feel that, in this next term.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain? I mean, he swept the battleground states. He drove up, turnout around the country in Republican areas, but he did much better than he had done before in places like Chicago, Brooklyn, Queens.
We can tell you why, because we were live during those rallies that Donald Trump would host and hold in Brooklyn, in Queens, in Harlem. It's called connecting with the American people. It's called retail politics. It's called being a G and actually going out and making your case. And this is what a mandate is. Trump mandate, ladies and gentlemen, is to deport criminal aliens in this nation. He just announced Tom Homan. Man, I'm getting so... Are you sick of winning? Oh, man. I'm not sick of winning, but boy, there's been a series of victories. Stephen Miller was just announced as White House Deputy Chief of Staff. That's awesome. Stephen Miller, friend of the show. Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff for the White House. And Tom Homan as the border czar. Man, have you ever seen a greater upgrade in American history? Kamala Harris to this guy. That's what a mandate is. A mandate means that over the long arc of time and history, that the will of the people, the will of the majority gets enacted. And the majority of people say there is too much criminal immigration to this nation. And ladies and gentlemen,
criminal immigration.
It's about to get spicy. Let's go.
I spoke to the president-elect on the phone 48 hours after his victory and asked him what he believes his mandate is. He told me it's to bring common sense back to the country. As for day one, he told me, I think we have a lot of firsts, and brought up strengthening the border. I pressed him on the price tag of his mass deportation plan, which experts say could be in the billions. He told me, quote, it's not a question of price tag. Really, we have no choice. When people have killed and murdered, they're not staying here. There is no price tag.
You have to go home. They have to go. Yeah, you have to go. Donald Trump, drive-through window, McDonald's. You come to this country, you break our laws. The laws of the nation state clearly it is illegal to enter this country without an invitation. It is illegal to claim asylum anywhere other than a port of entry in an orderly fashion. And it is a felony to stay in this country illegally. Also, most importantly, is that the vast majority of the criminal alien population in this country are subsistent entirely on the federal government. They get housing stipends and food stipends and travel stipends and flown in the dark of night. Without that assistance, which is going to very quickly, in a matter of weeks, be totally dependent on Stephen Miller, friend of the show, ally of the program, dear friend of us, actually. Great dude. Well, what's going to happen exactly? You got to go back. And that's what the American people want. This is what the American people voted for. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really an exciting time to be alive. Again, Tom
You have to
Homan
connect to the
has
person
been announced
first.
as the border czar. Jim Jordan this weekend asking all the right questions. What happened to the 10 million people who voted for Biden but not for Kamala Harris? Jim Jordan also saying that he wants all American immigration to come to a halt, period, for them to simply put a stop on it in its entirety until we can figure out what the hell is going on. Very good. Let's go.
No, I think the Democrats got to ask, why
Disconnect
did we
there?
go from getting 81 million to getting 70 million? What happened to those 10 million people? Maybe they need to, maybe it's not smart to run an election where you have no vision, no record to run
Do you
on. You're
believe
just
that the
gonna call the other
2024
side names?
Do you
and
believe
you're
that
gonna
the
use lawfare?
2024 election was free and fair?
I do. I do.
And why was it different from 2020 when he lost? Is that the only difference?
No, there were concerns about 2020 with all the mail-in voting that happened. You know, what Pennsylvania had like 2-point-something million mail-in ballots come in without any signature verification, which was required under Pennsylvania statute. So there were all kinds of concerns with how the 2020 election was carried out. But
it was absolutely
the biggest question Democrats need to be asking:
widespread
what
fraud.
happened to
It
the
went
10
through.
million voters that Joe Biden got that didn't come out for Kamala Harris? A bunch of them. President Trump's numbers were right up where they were in 2020, but the Democrats were much lower.
I love it. I love it. On this program last week, Wesley Hunt saying the same thing. What the hell happened to the 20 million voters? Was Joe Biden just such a better candidate than Camilla? Well, then why did you do this hot swap? Exactly. If Joe Biden was such a popular candidate, then why did you replace him? What the hell happened to 20 million Democrat voters? Exactly. We've already shown you the, we've shown you exactly what happened. We've shown you the graph. Here's the graph, ladies and gentlemen. No. The graph of the election result, please. There you go. Here's your Democrat voters. There you go. Boop. 4 a.m. dark of night. That's where it came from. And now it's become painfully clear what happened in 2020. And we've seen the ghosts in the machine as it continues this process to affect our elections today. Nonetheless, it was a total rout, and Democrats are having a real one, a true struggle session live. They have been screaming and rending their garments. Bernie Sanders decided to just go straight on beast mode against the Democrat Party. Bernie Sanders is himself a despicable coward, filthy, dandruffy communist who steals his neighbor's paper in Washington, D.C. Do you know that? I actually watched it happen once in my commute. I watched Bernie Sanders. I know exactly where he lived. I watched a dusty old Bernie Sanders in a bathrobe walk next door and steal his neighbor's paper. This was a big news story. It was the Washington Post, and Bernie's such a filthy communist. He actually literally redistributes the wealth from his neighbor into his own lap so that he can sit there and read as he eats his, what would Bernie Sanders eat for breakfast? I don't know, Metamucil. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, the point is that Bernie Sanders allowed the Democrat Party to rig the election. You know who was the first recipient of this style of election? Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is an authentic populist.
I'd like to check him.
Okay, in the sense that he's against NAFTA. He wants to close down the borders. He's been very, very clear on this. The Democrat Party rigged elections against him in 2020 and 2016
Send them to me on Telegram.
in order to get people like Muppets for the system. So they had their own Trump. Sorry to disgrace Trump by comparing him, but nonetheless, they had their own Trump. They had Bernie Sanders. They had their guy, the champion of the people. They had their guy. And they schlonged him, ladies and gentlemen. And now Bernie apparently is now out for blood. Here we go.
Bottom line, if you're an average working person out there, do you really think that the Democratic Party is going to the max, taking on powerful special interests and fighting for you? I think the overwhelming answer is no.
Okay. Bernie Sanders releasing releasing a statement on the eve of the election loss, torching the Democrat Party. David Axelrod, who predicted that David Axelrod is the architect of Joe Biden and Barack Obama's victories. well, I'll say Barack Obama's victories, all right, because he doesn't actually like Joe Biden that much. David Axelrod, nonetheless, on TV saying Democrats have destroyed themselves. Here we go.
Well, you've heard me over the last few days. I do have concerns about the way the Democratic Party relates to working class voters in this country. The only group that Democrats gained with in the election on Tuesday was white college graduates, and among working class voters, there was a significant decline. The only group they Democrats won among were people who make more than $100,000 a year. You can't win national elections that way, and it certainly shouldn't be that way for a party that fashions itself as the party of working people. So I think he has a point. Mike knows this because we've been talking about it. You can't approach working people like missionaries and say, we're here to help you become more like us. There's a kind of unspoken disdain, unintended disdain in that. I think Biden has done, programmatically some good things for working people, but the party itself has increasingly become a smarty pants, suburban, college-educated party, and it lends itself to the kind of backlash that we've seen.
Smarty pants party. Did you have anybody in your neighborhood? Let me know in the comments. Shout out in the chat. Did you have anybody in your neighborhood that had a sign that says Kamala Harris? Obviously, I had one in my neighborhood. The sneering, condescending, holier than thou elitism of the Democrat Party is something that we are wishing to eradicate from all politics. It's something that we must be rid of in our party. But let the Democrats continue to lose. Let them continue to do it. Because what happens here is you sit inside of an elitist echo chamber, sniffing your own farts, navel gazing, telling yourself how great you are, how enlightened you are. And the American trash truck driver who can't afford groceries says, F you. My life is hell. This nation is in shambles. And then they deliver this. Here's the map. We'll keep putting it up. The map, the sweet, glorious map. And then this is the response to the elites talking to the elites about only elite people problems. Every celebrity on earth, every celebrity that exists is living today was paid by Kamala Harris to come forward, some millions. Oprah was paid millions of dollars.
Mayor of Cleveland for a while.
To come forward and endorse her. Every person on the Diddy list, every person that ever flew to Epstein Island, every person that's ever been on Harvey Weinstein's casting couch, they all got an invitation by the Kamala campaign to go and do a slovenly, embarrassing, read from a script. I like Kamala Harris. Read from a script. It didn't matter. And because they're not real. You turn on the lights, they disappear. Ghosts. Taylor Swift doesn't care about the cost of groceries. The cost of fuel doesn't matter to Taylor Swift. We looked up Taylor Swift's jet. It costs like $50,000 an hour to operate Taylor Swift's jet. It burns so much fuel. $50,000 an hour. Do you know that's the price of a single ticket in the front row of a Taylor Swift concert? That's how irrelevant everyday needs are to these people. And so America threw them in the garbage where they belong,
independent this year.
as they called half of us garbage.
Independent.
And we said a gigantic
socialist.
F you. Because clearly what made you famous or made you successful in the first place, which was some spark of authenticity, you've lost it. You've sold out. You've forgotten the forgotten man and woman. And this was our revenge. And it was glorious, ladies and gentlemen. Democrats have no leader. The era of Obama is done. The House Obama has been razed to the ground. This was the last great house of the Democrat Party. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it has been destroyed. Here we go.
There's no heir apparent, and we can see this perhaps best by let's taking a look at the early poll leader for 2028. There isn't one. There's no early favorite. There's no early clear favorite. And that is really unusual because the bottom line is when you have no incumbent Democratic president following this year, we've looked back at similar situations. Back in 2017, Joe Biden was the clear heir apparent. Heading into 2005 and then 2013, heading into the 16 campaign, Hillary Clinton was way up in the national polls. It was pretty clear she was the heir apparent. How about Al Gore going into the 2000 campaign or 04? Again, the clear apparent. You have to go all the way back to the 1992 campaign with this giant question mark over here. Let's see if I can draw it in. There we go. Where there was no clear heir apparent. This is going to be the first cycle, it seems, since going back all the way to the late 80s, early 1990s, in which there is no clear early frontrunner for the next Democratic nomination.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would argue that the single most important action of the Republican Party right now must be maintaining their promise to the American public about this election cycle. We elected Republicans to destroy a system in Washington, D.C., not to cozy up to it. There's a common phrase that's said in Washington. I lived there for 15 years, so I would know it. It says, everybody says they're going to go to D.C. to drain the swamp, and they realize it's not much of a swamp. It's actually more like a hot tub. And you can get very comfortable in it. You can ease in. You start getting rich. You start getting your back scratched. And all the Republicans who we send there get corrupted by the system. Posted this weekend. And it went thermonuclear. It's been seen by millions of people. I just wanted to break this down because it leads to our next fight, which is for the first great vote of the Trump administration, which will be in the Senate for leadership. Public service announcement. I lived in D.C. for 15 years, and I know that city couldn't culture well. The single greatest mistake that can be made by a new Trump administration will be letting Republicans from D.C. into the government. This is critically important. Let me explain. Do not hire the arsonist to fight the fire. Republicans who live and work in D.C. are, by definition, part of the very system we are trying to destroy. It's impossible to overstate how corrupt D.C. is. Republicans who thrive in D.C. culture are de facto Democrats. Here's how it works. D.C. is a Democrat superstate. Kamala won it by 96%. Republicans who are successful in D.C. survive by pledging fealty to leftist systems of power. They play by the rules. They're the House Republicans, trained harshly by D.C. culture to never get out of line, completely castrated and potty trained. These Republicans are not disruptors. They are the opposite. They're willing tools of the cultural left because they got rich inside the system the left built. Remember how Ronna McDaniel was immediately offered a fat contract by NBC? The moment we fired her, we got her fired. Her replacement, Laura Trump, will be joining the program very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately Ronna gets paid by NBC News. They survive through betrayal. Any D.C. Republican hoping to be considered by the Trump White House must provide hard evidence that they publicly defended President Trump over the past 4 years of torturous attacks by the left. Spoiler alert, they didn't. They would never defy their true masters. A house divided against itself cannot stand. The D.C. Republican class are simply Democrat sleeper cells and should be treated as such. Team Trump must reject outright these resumes as though they worked for the Biden White House, because these people did work for the Biden White House. They hoped to see President Trump locked in prison, and you and me locked in prison if they could. They wish to see us bankrupted and our nation invaded. They stole everything from you, or tried, and they should get their reward. D.C. is a sunken place. Dark spiritual energy, filth, violent crime, homelessness, and degeneracy everywhere. I know this. I lived it. The city is a lawless, crumbling mess. These trends have accelerated rapidly in the past 4 years. Anybody who voluntarily exists in this environment is not spiritually sound. You know all the people who moved out of LA and DC? Like, I'm one of them. There was a dark force that rested upon that city like an occupying force on election night 2020. I saw demons. We saw literal demons. We saw demons prowling the street. I'm telling you we did. I'm telling you we did. My wife was white as a sheet.
That's something I'm going to miss is his stories.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, do not allow people who exist inside of this system to get into this government, or they will destroy it like a cancer destroys the body. You cannot rid yourself of cancer by smoking another pack. Throw them out. The era of Bush, Cheney, McConnell, Romney, Ryan, McCarthy, it's over. The Republican Party represents America, not D.C. This thing went thermonuclear. You should see the comments. And I have never had a post melt my phone down to the core like this. I couldn't sleep this weekend. I had so many people from Team Trump and otherwise, not going to name them, say how thankful they were that we are speaking out against the true. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. First comment. It's a perfect example of this. The true cancer at the root of our party. We will speak truth against it, okay? This is how you eradicate it. Dude, I'm 57. I was born in D.C., lived there my entire life. It is a cesspool of communism. Trump should pick no one who has been there for more than a year. They will undermine him at every turn, and we've already seen this movie. We know how it ends. So we're going to openly muscle and advocate against President Trump picking somebody who has fealty to the systems that we were just elected to destroy. Ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of destruction, man, they've done one hell of a job destroying our economy and the capacity for people to get ahead. This last 4 years have been a torturous example of how bad things can be. I'm very excited for mourning in America again, ladies and gentlemen, but you might be mourning the prices of the last 4 years. My friends at American Financing can help you out. The Fed has finally dropped rates, and they're going to drop them again. You need to call my friends at American Financing today. Now is the perfect time to consolidate your debt, reduce your monthly expenses, all that debt that's been piling up with gas prices and grocery prices. Home prices utterly unaffordable. It's really expensive. Credit card rates are insanely high. The mortgage rates dropping gives you an opportunity to wipe that debt out. American Financing can help you right now. Homeowners can save $800 a month on average, and they're closing in as fast as 10 days. So make the call today. Call American Financing at 888-528-1219. That's 888-528-1219. AmericanFinancing.net/Benny. AmericanFinancing.net/Benny. NMLS 182334. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I have the honor of inviting somebody to the program who I believe it is his, I believe it's his first time on the program. He's one of the bravest members of the Senate currently in that chamber. The great Senator Hagerty from the state of Tennessee, who shocked the world by coming out and endorsing Tim Scott for Senate leader this weekend, joins the program live now. Senator, an act of true bravery this weekend. I couldn't believe it because so many people have been saying in this chamber, oh, it's a secret ballot. We're not going to tell anyone who we're voting for. And you just said, Leroy Jenkins, we're coming out and we're going to stand up for the American people. Thank you, Senator, for that.
Well, Benny, you're talking about my endorsement for Rick Scott.
Yes.
And that is the result of what happened Tuesday of last week. We saw a landslide happen. The American people spoke, Benny, and you said it. The American people are ready to throw the bastards out. The American people are ready for us to get down to business and fix this nation. We haven't seen this type of landslide in 36 years, Benny. And we need to make certain that we have a Senate that is completely aligned with executing President Trump's strategy. No one has fought harder. Look, I've dealt with the deep state. I served in President Trump's administration in his first term. I came into the Senate with 17 of his staff on my team. And we have absolutely been the fighters in the Senate to try to get us back to this point. And it is a new day in America now. And we have to seize that opportunity and do everything that we can to make certain that we're moving in lockstep with President Trump and his agenda, the agenda that the American people spoke out so strongly for. I think it shocked Washington to its core that the American people spoke as loudly as they did. And we are ready now to move forward on the agenda post haste.
So I want to obviously remain polite on this program. And I'm not going to ask you to speak ill of any fellow senator. However, you have endorsed publicly Rick Scott. And I want to talk to you about that endorsement. What is it that made you say Rick is the man for the moment right now?
Because Rick is the senators that I work with that are in contending for leadership. Rick is the one that is most consistent with President Trump's vision. He has been in lockstep, in my view, with President Trump's posture. And I think he's ready and prepared to move us forward in a direction that's going to implement what the American people said loud and clear we needed to do on Tuesday. This wasn't a close election. The polls were bullshit, Benny. This wasn't a close election at all. And what we are seeing right now is the American people speaking up and saying, we're done with this experiment with Marxism. We're done with the swamp in Washington, D.C. We want to see material change. So that's what I want to see happen in the United States Senate. I want to see it happen across Washington, D.C. It's time for change. The American people have spoken, and this is one step in that process.
Senator, here's your thread right here. Everybody needs to go follow the senator immediately. This is one of the bravest things I've seen in Washington for a long time. You're getting great pickup here saying, hey, listen, like it's time to deliver this chamber back to the will of the people. It does seem a little peculiar. Some of the old posts of the other two members of the Senate who wish to vie for leadership, they seem indistinguishable from a Liz Cheney post when you're talking about January 6th. When you're talking about President Trump, there's a lot of anti-Trump commentary that's come out of Senator Thune and Cornyn over the last 4 years when President Trump was fighting for his life. And I guess that's what a lot of people are saying is we just want somebody who's willing to fight for us. And I think that's what this boils down to.
Well, that's certainly been my posture in the United States Senate. I've been fighting for President Trump at every step of the way. We're good friends. I have the utmost respect for him. I've never, frankly, seen anybody take the type of incoming President Trump has and continue to fight for America. He's doing this for us. He's not doing it for himself or anybody else. I mean, what the media have been saying is just dead wrong. President Trump is absolutely doing this to save America, to bring our nation back to the greatness that it can be. And I'm here to serve right alongside him in whatever role I can to make certain that he's successful in that process.
Senator, some people have very loudly been asking, what's going on here with this secret vote? Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, among others, with very large platforms, but also Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, RFK Jr. saying this is a little concerning that the Senate, which will be absolutely critical in President Trump's next administration, is going to have a secret ballot. Why not just say who you're voting for?
Well, I certainly have. Not at all hesitant to do so, Benny. So I think each senator will make their own decision. You know, these rules are arcane. This is new to me. Look, I was a businessman. This is the only elective office I've ever served in. I ran following some very serious discussions with President Trump about leaving my post in his administration and coming to do this. President Trump told me he thought I could make more of a difference in this regard, and that's what I'm about. I'm more than happy to stand by my vote and tell my constituents that's what I'm doing.
In some states, so.
This is about the future of America, in my view, and standing strong right now. We cannot hesitate a bit. We have to deliver for the American public. The first 100 days, the first 200 days, we're going to have to do everything that we can to get President Trump's cabinet appointed, to get the members of his staff appointed. Look, I went through this. The resistance movement hit me back in 2017 when I came in. The Democrats used filibuster procedures to block me. We had to go through a special procedure, to get me in, but I navigated all of that. But they will do everything they can to slow us down, to throw sand in the gears. And we have to be as deliberate as we possibly can be. Again, working arm in arm with the executive branch, making certain that we're passing the agenda that the American public spoke so loudly to deliver on last week.
Can you give us an insight, Senator, if this goes as planned, and if President Trump gets strong allies in the Senate, what are some of the first pieces of legislation you'd like to see brought forward that our audience can expect?
Look, you can go to the Republican platform and see a number of things. I think we'll have to weave these in with executive orders, Benny, but sealing the border is the number one priority for the American public. Not only is it for our own safety, getting the fentanyl off the streets, getting the crime down in the cities, but the national security risk that we've been exposed to is unprecedented. If you think about the burden that this is putting on, our entire society, try going into an emergency room. I mean, it's just completely clogged with all these people that are speaking multiple languages. Americans can't get in. Veterans aren't being served. Yes. And the previous administration has done everything they can. The Biden administration, the Harris administration has done everything they can to divert our resources to support these people that they're bringing across the border simply because they're trying to change the electoral map in America. We got to push all of this back. One thing I want to let you know, Benny, this is something we found out happened with the Obama administration as they were leaving in 2016, early 2017, is they redirected funds. They redirected resources They put funds in their favorite NGOs, even the UN, to keep their pet programs going and keep those funds out of the hands of the Trump people as we were coming in. I sent letters to every agency head and department on Monday before the election, citing the exact pieces of the U.S. code that showed that that movement is illegal, that diversion is illegal. Their attempts to move people and program and funds is illegal. And then I sent a complimentary letter to every inspector general in every department saying, I expect a full report demonstrating your compliance with the law. And I sent them a copy of that letter on January the 20th. I expect them to give us a full report. We're going to be all over these guys. And the Senate, again, needs to step up and start its oversight in an extraordinarily aggressive fashion, because I expect a lot of bad behavior between last week and January the 20th. Believe me, I'm going to be watching this like a hawk.
Good. They're not going to, I guess they're not allowing Dave McCormick to go through orientation. What's going to go on there, Senator?
It is unbelievable. They brought Mark Elias back to Pennsylvania. I guess they're going to be looking for more ballots and boxes in Philadelphia. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but I've called for this. Casey should acknowledge the results. Bob Casey put on his campaign platform that he's here to defend democracy. Well, what is going on right now? They're trying to undermine democracy as never before. The Democrats and the current administration will stop at nothing, and they'll stoop no lower. There's no level they won't stoop to try to retain power. And this is just full-blown evidence of it right before our eyes. I hope the American public sees this. Thank you for making it making that point public as well. Dave McCormick should be our next United States Senator from Pennsylvania.
Apparently.
And we've got to make sure that happens too.
With
that being, sorry, I have to say goodbye. It's been great to be on with you. Thank you.
God bless you, Senator. Everybody follow the Senator right here. Okay, let's go ahead and give these brave senators power. All right, get in and follow the great senator from the state of Tennessee. God
Thanks,
bless you.
Benny. All the best.
Godspeed.
God bless.
45. 46.
We will be your central clearinghouse for true power in the next administration. This program, we have such incredible bookers. We have such incredible people working on this
8 hours
program
ago, the
who can
numbers.
bring you the true power vectors of what's about to happen. We've been right about these things. We have some great sources. And I got to tell you what, man, we're not going to let this die. We're not going to let them try to sneak in the dark of night, a Liz Cheney to lead the Senate. Jamie.
I'm going to go over to Rumble exclusive for about 20 minutes, and then I'm in the stream at 4. I got somewhere I got to go pick up some stuff for the wife. So join me over there. Here, there's the link. See you guys over there if you want to continue chatting.
Jamie made a meme. This is great. We're already making them. We're already making the memes. Jamie made a great meme in the middle of it. Throw the bastards out.